The night holds what the day cannot carry. This is not a place for answers or arguments. It is only a space where certain old things can be told slowly, without urgency, without the need to arrive anywhere. The voice moves at the pace of cooling stone. The stories are not new. They have waited. If the sound of this voice is something you would like to keep near, there is a way to mark it. A quiet subscription, a still like. Both are simple. Both are without demand. There is a kind of fatigue that does not announce itself. It does not arrive as pain or collapse or the sharp signal of injury. It arrives as a dimming, a slowing of the arm, a slight delay between the thought to move and the movement itself. In battle, this is what kills. Not the spectacular wound, not the dramatic fall, just the small gap between intending to lift the shield and the shield lifting. In that gap, the enemy enters. The Romans watched for this. They studied it the way later centuries would study astronomy or the movement of tides. They understood that exhaustion is not a single event. It is a tide that rises at different speeds in different men. And they understood something else, something that most armies never grasped. The tide can be pushed back, not through courage or will or speeches before battle. Through preparation, through repetition, through the slow accumulation of work that reshapes the body into something no longer quite human. A Roman recruit did not arrive at the training ground as a soldier. He arrived as raw material. His body carried the habits of whatever life he had left. A farmer's back, a laborer's shoulders, perhaps a city dweller's soft hands. None of it was wrong. It was simply unadapted. The 4 months that followed were not intended to break him. They were intended to make him forget what he had been before. The days began before light, not dramatically. No horns or shouted wake-up calls. Just the gradual awareness in darkness that sleep would not return, and the slow movement toward the first work of the morning. Running, not sprinting, not the explosive bursts of athletes in later centuries. Running at a pace that could be sustained for miles, across uneven ground, in the dim gray of early morning when the lungs must learn to draw air that is still cold from the night. This running was not timed, not in the way modern exercise measures itself against clocks. It was measured against distance, against the fixed point of a hill or a distant tree line or the walls of a camp not yet built. The recruit ran until the destination was reached. Then he ran back. The weapons training that followed was not about skill. Skill was useful, certainly. A man who could place his blade precisely consumed less energy than one who slashed wildly. But the true purpose of the morning drills was not precision. It was duration. The wooden practice swords were heavy deliberately, twice the weight of the steel that would eventually replace them. This seemed cruel to the recruits who first lifted them. It seemed pointless to swing such a clumsy object at a wooden post for hours while the sun climbed and the sweat ran into their eyes. Only later, much later, when the real gladius settled into their hands like an extension of the arm itself, did they understand. The heavy sword had taught them something. It had taught them that weight becomes manageable when the body stops resisting it. The wooden post they struck was called the paulus. 6 feet high, driven deep into the earth. Each recruit faced his own post. There was no competition between them, no ranking of who struck hardest or fastest. The post did not strike back. It did not dodge or tire or yield. It simply stood there, accepting every blow, offering nothing in return except the same resistance, hour after hour, day after day. 1,000 strikes per session. This number was not arbitrary. It had been discovered through observation, through the slow accumulation of experience across generations of recruits. Fewer than 800 produced soldiers whose arms dropped after 30 minutes of combat. More than 1,200 produced injuries that removed men from training for weeks. 1,000 was the threshold at which the body adapted without breaking. The arms learned to move through fatigue rather than stopping at its first signal. The shoulders developed a particular endurance, not of strength but of persistence. The mind learned to count strikes without counting, to lose itself in the rhythm of impact and recovery, until the post and the sword and the arm were no longer separate things. The camp doctors watched. Their title was misleading. They were not physicians in the modern sense, though some had medical knowledge. They were disciplinarians. Men who carried wooden rods and understood that the body learns as much from discomfort as from instruction. A recruit whose form collapsed after 700 strikes was not corrected with explanation. He was corrected with a rod across his back. Not in anger, in something closer to efficiency. The pain was immediate and clear. It did not require interpretation. It simply said, "This is not acceptable. Find a way through it." The recruits did find ways. They discovered that shifting weight from one foot to the other every few minutes reduced the ache in their standing leg. They learned to exhale sharply with each strike, a small compression of the diaphragm that kept breath moving rather than holding it. They found that focusing on the point of impact rather than the burning in their shoulders allowed the work to continue almost without awareness. These discoveries were not taught. They were arrived at individually, through trial, through failure, through the persistent pressure of the camp doctor's rod and the knowledge that quitting was not a path that led anywhere except shame. By the end of the first month, the arms no longer screamed. They ached, certainly, but the ache had become familiar, almost companionable, a signal that work was being done rather than a warning that work must stop. The wooden post remained unchanged, scarred by thousands of strikes, absorbing everything and giving nothing back. But the man who faced it was no longer the same man who had first lifted the heavy sword. Something in him had shifted, not just in his muscles or his lungs, in his relationship to difficulty itself. The marches began in the second month. 18 miles, not measured along flat, even roads, across hills, through stream crossings, over ground that shifted between packed earth and loose stone and mud that sucked at the leather soles of the caligae, the heavy sandals that were the only footwear the Roman soldier would ever know. The pace was not fast by modern standards, approximately 3.5 miles per hour. But this pace was maintained for 5 hours without rest beyond the occasional brief halt to adjust equipment or drink from the vinegar water carried in small flasks. The weight each soldier carried would, in later centuries, be distributed across vehicles or pack animals or supply chains that stretched back to secure depots. The Roman soldier carried it on his back. The sarcina, the marching pack, contained everything he needed to sustain himself and contribute to the labor of the legion. A saw, a wicker basket for moving earth, pickaxe, a length of rope, a cooking pot, several days' rations of wheat, 2 wooden stakes for the construction of defensive walls. His shield, when not in use for combat, was covered in leather and strapped to the top of the load. His weapons were distributed around his body, the gladius on his right hip, the pugio dagger on his left, the pilum javelin balanced across his shoulder or carried in his hand. 60 to 80 pounds. The variation depended on the soldier's role, the terrain, the season. In winter, additional blankets. In summer, extra water containers. Always, the weight settled into the same places. The crest of the shoulders, the small of the back, the balls of the feet. After the first few miles, these points of contact ceased to be locations of specific discomfort and became simply the places where the body met the burden. After 10 miles, the burden and the body were no longer distinct. The soldier did not carry weight. He moved with it. The recruits who failed the marches were not those with weak legs. They were those who fought the weight, who shifted it constantly, trying to find a position that did not hurt, not understanding that every position would hurt and that the only solution was to stop anticipating relief. The soldiers who completed the 18 miles with the least apparent effort were not the strongest. They were the ones who had stopped hoping for the march to end. They moved not toward a destination but through a continuous present, each step following the last, the weight a permanent addition to their own mass. The camp doctors measured something during these weeks. They did not call it cardiovascular adaptation. They did not have that vocabulary. But they observed that recruits who completed the training cycle had pulses that beat slower and steadier than when they had arrived. They noted that wounds healed faster in men who had completed the full 4 months. They recorded, in the careful administrative records that the Roman military maintained for every legion, that soldiers who had undergone the full training required less sleep than new recruits and woke more readily from it. These observations were filed away, passed from one camp doctor to the next, accumulated across decades and centuries into a body of knowledge that was never written as formal doctrine but was known nonetheless. The 4-month duration was not a tradition. It was a finding. Shorter training periods, attempted during crises when enemies pressed close and armies were needed immediately, produced soldiers who broke in their first real engagement. Not from cowardice, from exhaustion. Their bodies had not completed the transition from civilian to soldier. They still believed that fatigue was a signal to stop rather than simply a condition to occupy. Longer training periods, attempted during years of peace when the state could afford the luxury of extended preparation, produced no measurable advantage. The body's adaptation reached its ceiling at approximately 16 weeks. After that, additional training maintained fitness but did not improve it. The Roman military, which calculated everything in terms of resources expended versus combat effectiveness gained, standardized the 4-month cycle and did not deviate from it except in the most extreme circumstances. The men who could not complete the training were not discharged. The Roman state had invested too much in their recruitment, their transportation to the training camps, their basic equipment, their rations. These men were reassigned to labor units. They dug latrines. They maintained roads. They unloaded supply ships and slaughtered animals and performed the thousands of undramatic tasks that kept the legions functioning. Their failure was not hidden. It was displayed. They wore different equipment, less honorable. They were addressed differently, with a tone that communicated their reduced status. The shame was not incidental to the system. It was a functional component. Every recruit who completed his training had spent 4 months observing what happened to those who did not. The motivation to persist came not only from within. It was reinforced daily by the visible evidence of what lay at the bottom of the fall. The night after each march, the recruits built the camp. This was not optional. It was not assigned as punishment or extra duty. It was the final work of every day, as automatic and necessary as the evening meal. The legion did not sleep in open fields or take shelter in existing structures. It created its own shelter from scratch with whatever materials were available, in whatever time remained before darkness made the work impossible. The trench came first, 3 feet deep, 5 feet wide, encircling the entire perimeter of the camp. The earth removed from the trench was piled inward, forming a rampart that would absorb the impact of missiles and slow the advance of attackers. On top of this rampart, the soldiers placed the wooden stakes they had carried all day, sharpened at both ends, driven into the earth at angles that created an obstacle nearly impossible to cross quickly. Behind this wall, the interior of the camp was divided into orderly streets and tent lines. Command tent at the center, supply depot nearby, latrines at the downwind edge. The entire structure laid out according to a plan that every soldier knew by heart, that could be executed in darkness, in silence, in the exhausted haze that followed 20 miles of marching. 3 hours. Sometimes less if the ground was soft and the soldiers well practiced. Sometimes more if the terrain was rocky or the legion had marched farther than usual. Always, the work continued until the camp was complete. There was no partial credit in Roman military engineering. A camp with a gap in its perimeter was not a camp at all. It was a trap. The recruits learned to dig in rhythm. Two men with matching shovels could excavate trench faster than either could alone, their blades rising and falling in alternating sequence that maximized output while distributing fatigue. The rhythm became automatic after enough repetitions. The body learned the timing of the swing, the angle of the blade, the slight twist of the wrist that released the soil cleanly rather than fighting its adhesion. A recruit who dug well could do so while his mind drifted elsewhere. To his family, if he had one. To the meal waiting at the end of the work. To nothing at all. This nightly construction served multiple purposes that the Romans did not articulate but clearly understood. It provided security first and obviously. A legion that slept behind fortifications was a legion that woke at full strength rather than diminished by night raids and surprise attacks. But it also provided conditioning of a specific and valuable kind. The muscles used in digging were not the same muscles used in marching or sword fighting. They were the muscles of the back, the shoulders, the forearms. Muscles that might be needed in combat if a soldier lost his weapon and found himself grappling an enemy in the mud. Muscles that contributed to the overall work capacity that Roman training sought to maximize. And there was another effect, less measurable but perhaps more significant. The nightly construction eliminated the distinction between movement and rest. In most armies, soldiers marched to the battlefield, fought, and then stopped. Their work was discrete, bounded by the clear edges of combat. Roman soldiers experienced no such boundary. Their work continued through every hour of the day and into the darkness. They did not fight and then rest. They fought and then dug and then ate and then stood guard and then marched again. The fatigue accumulated without peak, without release, without the expectation of cessation. This was not cruelty. It was preparation. Combat, the Romans understood, did not occur in a clean space reserved only for fighting. It occurred at the end of a march, in the rain, after days of insufficient sleep, while wounded and hungry and afraid. The soldier who could dig a trench after 20 miles was the soldier who could fight after 20 miles. The work was the same. Some nights the rain came, not the gentle drizzle that modern listeners might imagine. The rain of the European provinces, driven by wind off the Atlantic or the North Sea, cold and persistent and capable of soaking through any covering after enough hours. The leather of the caligy softened. The wool of the tunic clung heavily to the skin. The earth turned to mud that filled the trench as quickly as the soldiers could remove it. In such conditions, the 3 hours of construction became 4, then 5. The men worked without speaking. Speech required breath that was needed for digging. They worked without complaint. Complaint required energy that was needed for survival. The camp doctors did not excuse men from construction duty for illness or minor injury. A soldier who could stand could dig. A soldier who could dig could recover. The observation that activity accelerated healing had not been formally theorized, but it had been pragmatically adopted. Wounds that were kept clean and exposed to air healed faster than wounds bound tightly and protected from movement. Muscles that were used, gently and persistently, regained function more quickly than muscles immobilized in search of perfect rest. The Roman approach to recovery was not gentle by modern standards. It was, however, effective. Soldiers who would have been invalids in other armies remained in service, their bodies adapting to accommodate what had been damaged. The third month introduced the swimming, not in comfortable indoor pools with temperature-controlled water and smooth tile edges. In rivers, in lakes, in the shallows of the Mediterranean when the legion was stationed near the coast. The soldier entered the water fully equipped, armor strapped in place, weapons secured against loss, shield held high to catch air and provide flotation, or sometimes carried below the surface to build strength in the shoulders and back. The water accepted the weight, distributed it differently than land ever could. The soldier who learned to swim in armor learned something about his own density. He learned that sinking was not inevitable, that the human body with all its equipment could be made buoyant through technique and breath control. The fear of drowning was not eliminated through courage or disregard for death. It was eliminated through repetition. A soldier who crossed a river once in full equipment experienced the terror of water closing over his head, the panic of breath held too long, the desperate struggle to reach the far bank. A soldier who crossed the same river 100 times experienced only the crossing. His strokes became economical. His breathing found a rhythm that matched the movement of his arms. His body learned to float not through conscious effort but through the simple accumulation of hours spent in the water. This skill transferred directly to combat. Not only in the obvious scenarios, the river crossings and amphibious landings and retreats across flooded ground, but in the less dramatic moments when a soldier slipped in mud, when he was shoved off balance by an enemy's shield, when his feet were taken from under him and he found himself on his back with 100 pounds of equipment pressing him toward the earth. The soldier who had learned to move in water knew how to move on land when gravity had become his enemy. He did not panic. He did not thrash. He found his center, redistributed his weight, rose again. The water had taught him something that dry ground never could. The wrestling began in the 4th month and never truly ended. It was not sport. There were no weight classes, no time limits, no referees to declare a winner. 2 soldiers entered the wrestling circle. 1 soldier left it standing. The contest continued until one man could not continue. Would not, could not. His body refused to rise. His arms refused to grip. His legs refused to push. At that point, the contest ended. The standing soldier was not declared victorious. He simply was the one who remained. This training produced fighters who understood something that purely technical martial artists often missed. Technique is valuable when both participants are fresh, when both can execute their learned movements with precision and speed. But combat rarely occurs in that ideal state. It occurs at the end of exhaustion, when the techniques have been forgotten and only the raw determination to remain upright persists. The Roman soldier who had wrestled to absolute failure knew what his body was capable of at that final edge. He knew that he could continue long after his mind had decided to stop. He had discovered, through repeated experience, that the voice shouting quit from inside his skull was not an authority. It was only a suggestion. The psychological dimension of this training was not incidental. The Romans did not separate physical conditioning from mental conditioning. They did not have the vocabulary for such a distinction. A soldier was a single unit, body and mind and spirit operating as one integrated system. To strengthen his body was to strengthen his mind. To exhaust his body was to teach his mind that exhaustion could be inhabited rather than escaped. The centurions observed everything. They stood at the edges of training grounds, silent and still, their vine staffs held loosely at their sides. They did not shout encouragement. They did not offer praise. They watched for specific things. A recruit whose breathing had become ragged but whose strikes remained steady. A soldier whose form had collapsed but who continued to swing regardless. These were the men who would survive their first battle. The recruits whose technique remained perfect but whose speed had slowed dramatically were more concerning. They were conserving energy. They were holding something back. In combat, the centurions knew holding back was not a survival strategy. It was a guarantee of death. The enemy would not pause while you gathered yourself. The battle would not wait for you to feel ready. The centurions did not explain this. They simply watched. And when they saw a recruit who was fighting the work rather than accepting it, they stepped forward. The vine staff rose, fell. The recruit felt the impact across his shoulders and understood. Without words, that he had been seen. His approach was not working. He needed to find another way. Some recruits never found it. They remained in the labor units, digging latrines and unloading ships, their failure encoded in their equipment and their daily assignments. They were not punished further. They were simply not soldiers. The distinction was not moral. It was not a judgment on their character or their worth as human beings. It was a practical determination that their bodies and minds, for whatever reason, could not complete the transformation that Roman training demanded. They were assigned to other work that needed doing, work that contributed to the functioning of the legion. They were not worthless. They were simply not what the legion needed at its front edge. The wheat arrived in bulk shipments, ground into flour by the soldiers themselves each night. 3 pounds per man per day, approximately 3,000 calories, almost entirely carbohydrate. The modern observer might find this diet inadequate, lacking in protein and fat, deficient in the nutrients that contemporary sports nutrition considers essential for endurance performance. The Roman soldier did not share this concern. His body had adapted to the fuel available. It had learned to extract energy from wheat slowly and steadily, releasing it across hours of marching and fighting and digging rather than in the brief spike of blood sugar that followed a protein-heavy meal. Meat was reserved for specific circumstances. After particularly difficult battles, when the soldiers had earned a reward and the army could afford the luxury of slaughtered animals. During sieges, when fresh provisions were available and the work of grinding grain was impractical. As punishment, ironically, soldiers who had violated discipline might be assigned a diet of meat only, their commanders understanding that the heavy, slow-digesting protein would leave them sluggish and irritable for days. The men did not need to be told why this was punishment. They felt it in their bodies. They moved more slowly. They tired more quickly. They craved the wheat they had previously complained about grinding. The vinegar water, the pasca, was not a luxury. It was a necessity. The water sources available to marching armies were rarely clean. Streams contaminated by animal carcasses. Wells polluted by agricultural runoff. Rivers carrying the waste of upstream settlements. Drinking untreated water was a gamble that killed more soldiers than many battles. The vinegar made the water safe. Its acidity created an environment hostile to the bacteria that caused dysentery and cholera. The sharp taste was unpleasant but not unbearable. Soldiers who had marched for hours in summer heat found that the pasca restored something that plain water could not. They did not know that they were replenishing electrolytes. They only knew that the vinegar water made them feel less empty. The communal meals reinforced something beyond nutrition. The 8-man squad, the contubernium, ground its grain together, cooked its food together, ate from shared vessels. No man consumed anything his comrades had not also prepared and consumed. This was not merely a precaution against poison, though it served that purpose effectively. It was a daily ritual of mutual dependence. The soldier who cheated his squadmates, who took more than his share or shirked his cooking duty, was not merely violating a regulation. He was breaking the trust that made the squad function. In combat, that trust was the difference between a formation that held and a formation that shattered. The mess tent was where trust was built, meal by meal, night by night, across the long years of service. The forced marches were not scheduled. They came without warning. Orders passed down the chain of command in the pre-dawn darkness. The camp struck in silence. Equipment packed. Fires extinguished. The column formed and began to move before the sun had cleared the horizon. 30 miles. 40. In exceptional circumstances, 50 or more. The soldiers did not ask why. They did not need to know that an enemy army had been spotted moving into position, that a besieged Allied city was running out of water, that the commander had seen an opportunity that would vanish within hours. They only needed to move. The pace was brutal, not the steady 3.5 miles per hour of the training marches. 5 miles per hour, sometimes 6, a speed that required constant effort, that allowed no drifting of attention, that punished any soldier whose equipment was poorly adjusted or whose body had not fully recovered from the previous day's labor. The men did not speak. Speech consumed breath that was needed for movement. They did not look up from the road immediately ahead. They did not calculate how far remained or how long until the next rest halt. They moved. That was all. Julius Caesar's legions covered 100 miles in 3 days to surprise the forces of Vercingetorix in Gaul. This distance, in the conditions of ancient warfare, should have required a week. The Gauls had calculated accordingly, positioning their forces based on the assumption that Roman armies moved at the same speed as every other army. They were wrong. The legions arrived not merely present but combat-ready. Their equipment was intact. Their weapons were in hand. Their formation, when it deployed for battle, was as disciplined as if they had spent the previous 3 days resting rather than marching. The Gauls did not understand what they were seeing. They saw soldiers who did not appear tired. They did not see the years of conditioning that had produced that appearance. The sacramentum, the military oath, was sworn multiple times across a soldier's career. First at enlistment, when the recruit stood before his commander and pledged obedience to his officers and fidelity to the state. Again at the beginning of each campaign, when the legion reaffirmed its collective commitment to the work ahead. Again in moments of crisis, when desertion threatened or morale had collapsed and the soldiers needed to remind themselves why they remained. The oath was not merely words. It was a psychological anchor, a fixed point in the chaos of combat and the monotony of garrison life. The soldier who had sworn before his gods and his comrades that he would not retreat, would not abandon his position, would not fail those beside him, carried that oath in his chest like a second heart. It did not prevent fear. It did not eliminate the body's desperate desire to flee from danger. But it provided a counterweight. The fear pulled in one direction. The oath pulled in another. Between them, the soldier remained in place. The commanders understood that the oath was most effective when it was public. A private promise, made silently in one's own mind, could be broken without witnesses. A promise made before the assembled legion, witnessed by centurions and comrades and the legion's standard-bearers, created consequences that extended beyond the individual. Breaking the oath meant breaking faith with every man who had heard it. The shame of that failure was worse than death, or so the soldiers believed. The system was designed to make them believe it. The armor distributed weight. This simple engineering principle, obvious to any modern designer, was not obvious to the armorers of other ancient armies. Their solutions to the problem of protection were additive. More metal, thicker leather, additional layers of reinforcement that accumulated on the soldier's shoulders and upper back until the weight itself became a kind of enemy. The Roman legionaries' lorica segmentata, the articulated plate armor that has become iconic in later centuries, approached the problem differently. It transferred the burden of protection across the entire torso. The shoulders bore some of it. The chest bore some. The hips, through a system of belts and straps, bore the remainder. No single point carried more than it could sustain. The soldier wearing this armor did not experience the gradual collapse of posture that afflicted warriors in less sophisticated equipment. His spine remained aligned. His shoulders remained back. His breathing, restricted somewhat by the plates across his chest, was nonetheless possible for hours of continuous exertion. The armor did not make him invulnerable. No armor could, but it made him sustainable. He could wear it all day, march in it, fight in it, sleep in it if necessary. It had become part of his body. The scutum, the curved rectangular shield, was the other half of this system. 22 pounds of wood and leather and metal, curved to deflect blows and, more importantly, to rest against the soldier's body during breaks in combat. The modern observer, lifting a replica in a museum, notices the weight immediately. The arm tires within minutes, but the Roman soldier did not hold his shield at arm's length. He leaned it against his shoulder, his hip, his thigh. He allowed the ground to accept some of its mass. He rotated which muscles were engaged, shifting the burden from his arm to his shoulder to his back as fatigue accumulated in each location. This was not taught in formal training. It was discovered, refined, and passed down from veterans to recruits across the generations. The shield was not an object to be wielded. It was a companion to be accommodated. The gladius was short, 20 inches, less than half the length of the swords favored by Celtic and Germanic warriors. To an observer unfamiliar with Roman tactics, this seemed a disadvantage. The longer weapon could strike from farther away, could keep enemies at a distance, could deliver more powerful cuts. The gladius offered none of these advantages. What it offered was efficiency. The Roman soldier did not swing his sword. He thrust it. The difference in energy expenditure was not subtle. A swinging motion engages the entire upper body, the shoulder rotating, the arm extending, the weight shifting forward. It is dramatic and visible and exhausting. A thrusting motion engages only the arm and the core. The blade travels straight forward, 6 inches, into the opponent's abdomen. It withdraws. The entire action requires perhaps 1/5 the energy of a cut. Kills just as effectively. The soldier who thrust rather than swung could fight for hours. His arm did not tire because he did not ask it to perform dramatic movements. His breathing remained controlled because his torso remained stable. He was not spectacular. He was not memorable. He was simply still fighting when the men who had swung great arcs with longer blades had collapsed from exhaustion. The hospitals, the valetudinaria, were not afterthoughts. They were designed into every permanent legionary fortress, located near the command complex, constructed of stone and tile with careful attention to ventilation and drainage. The surgical theaters faced south, capturing the maximum hours of daylight for procedures requiring visual precision. The recovery wards were separated by injury type, reducing the transmission of infection and allowing specialized staff to focus on particular categories of wound. The rehabilitation areas, simple open spaces with equipment for regaining strength and mobility, were as carefully planned as the training grounds used by healthy soldiers. The Medici were not witch doctors or folk healers. They were trained professionals, some of whom had studied in the great medical centers of the Greek East, others who had apprenticed under experienced military physicians and learned the particular demands of combat medicine. They understood anatomy through direct observation, having dissected human remains when legal and animal specimens when necessary. They understood infection through accumulated experience, recognizing that wounds washed with wine or vinegar or honey festered less often than wounds bound with dry bandages. They understood rehabilitation through trial and error, discovering that soldiers who began gentle movement within days of injury regained function faster and more completely than those kept immobile for weeks. The survival statistics were not abstract to these physicians. They treated the same soldiers year after year, decade after decade. They saw which techniques produced men who could return to their units and which produced men who would spend the remainder of their service in light duties or permanent retirement. They adjusted their practices accordingly, not through formal research protocols but through the slow accumulation of clinical wisdom. A soldier who lived through his wounds and returned to his legion was not merely a saved life. He was an investment protected. The state had spent 4 months training him, 20 years equipping and feeding and paying him. His continued service was worth more than the cost of his medical care, even when that care was extensive. The 25 years passed slowly. Not in the dramatic sense, the great battles and heroic marches and moments of decisive victory that would be recorded in histories and commemorated in monuments. Those events were rare, separated by long intervals of garrison duty and patrol and the ordinary maintenance of an empire that stretched across 3 continents. The soldier spent most of his service in the spaces between history, guarding a wall in northern Britain, policing a market town in Syria, building a road through the forests of Germany, training recruits in the methods he had learned 2 decades earlier. The body continued to adapt across these years. The heart, forced to pump blood through miles of capillaries that had multiplied in response to sustained aerobic demand, grew slightly larger than the hearts of civilian men of the same age. The bones of the legs and spine, subjected to decades of weighted marching, became denser and more robust. The lungs, expanded through years of forced marches and swimming and the controlled breathing of combat, could move more air with less effort. These changes were not reversible. A veteran who retired to his agricultural colony at age 45 carried with him a body that would never be entirely civilian again. The fresh recruits who arrived each year, young men in their late teens and early 20s, possessed advantages that the veterans had lost. Faster reflexes, quicker recovery from acute exertion, the elastic resilience of youth that allows the body to bounce back from damage rather than simply accommodating it. But they did not possess the endurance that only time could build. A 40-year-old veteran with 20 years of conditioning could outmarch a 20-year-old recruit on the second day of a forced march. His pace was slower at the start. His acceleration was less dramatic. But he did not slow across the hours. His energy expenditure remained constant, calibrated by years of experience to match exactly the demands of the distance. The recruit, by contrast, began too fast, recovered too slowly, and found himself struggling by the afternoon while the veteran beside him continued at the same steady pace he had maintained since dawn. This was not heroism. It was not the triumph of will over biology. It was simply biology itself, responding to sustained demand across a human lifetime. The body that marched 20 miles every week for 20 years was not the same body that had marched 20 miles for the first time. It had been remade, gradually and completely, into something that could perform that march without the exhaustion that had once accompanied it. The pension system tied retirement to completion. A soldier who served his full 25 years received a grant of land, usually in a colony established near his former legion's base. He received this land free of encumbrances, cleared and surveyed and ready for cultivation. He received tools and seed grain and sometimes livestock, the capital necessary to begin a new life as a farmer. He received his discharge papers, the onestimicio, which entitled him to certain legal privileges and exempted him from the taxes and obligations that burdened ordinary citizens. A soldier who died before completing his service received none of this. His family might receive a small death benefit, a fraction of the pay he would have earned across his remaining years. But the land grant, the substantial reward that made military service attractive to generations of recruits, required survival to retirement. This was not cruelty. It was incentive. The soldier who considered taking unnecessary risks, who contemplated volunteering for particularly dangerous assignments, who allowed his fitness to decline through neglect or dissipation, faced the loss of everything he had worked toward. His comrades, who would inherit his share of the danger if he fell, had their own reasons to encourage his caution. The system did not eliminate casualties. Combat, disease, and accident continued to claim soldiers throughout their service. But it reduced the avoidable losses. Men who might have thrown themselves into hopeless charges for personal glory thought twice. Men who might have neglected their conditioning in the soft years of peacetime garrison found reasons to continue training. The land waiting at the end of service was not abstract. It was specific. A particular acreage in a particular province with particular soil and water and neighbors. The soldier had carried that land in his imagination for 25 years. He would not surrender it carelessly. The veterans who completed their service did not disappear from the Empire's military calculus. They settled in colonies, often near the frontiers they had spent their careers defending. They farmed. They married. They raised children who would themselves become recruits, continuing the cycle of service that sustained the legions across generations. They remained physically capable, their bodies still adapted to the demands they had met for decades. A 50-year-old veteran could still march 20 miles. He could still fight if necessary. His equipment, carefully maintained across his service, hung on the wall of his farmhouse or was stored in a chest near his bed. The Empire did not call these men back to service except in the most extreme emergencies. It did not need to. Their presence near the frontiers was deterrent enough. Enemy forces considering an incursion into Roman territory knew that every farm and village contained men who had spent their adult lives learning to kill. The veterans did not need to form formal military units. They simply existed, visible evidence that the Roman system produced survivors rather than casualties. This was its own kind of warfare, fought not with weapons but with the impression of permanence and capability. The training continued, not only for recruits, for veterans, for officers, for the legions themselves as collective entities. The army that stopped training was the army that had begun its decline. This was understood implicitly, passed down through generations of commanders and centurions, encoded in the regulations and daily routines that governed every soldier's existence. The 4-month initial cycle was only the beginning. What followed was a career of maintenance, the slow and patient work of preserving the adaptation that had been so painfully achieved. The marches continued, 3 times per week, even in peacetime, even in garrison, even when no enemy had been sighted for months or years. The soldiers complained, as soldiers always complain about training. They marched regardless. The weapons drills continued. The wooden posts, replaced when they rotted or splintered beyond usefulness, stood ready in every fortress and temporary camp. The heavy practice swords, passed down from one generation of recruits to the next, hung in armories awaiting the next cycle of new men. The swimming continued when water was available. The wrestling continued daily in the open spaces between barracks. This persistence was not glamorous. It was not the stuff of monuments or epic poetry. It was simply the work that produced the result. The Roman soldier who did not experience fatigue like normal humans had not been born that way. He had been made, slowly and methodically, across thousands of miles and millions of sword strikes and countless nights of digging in darkness. His body remembered every step, every swing, every shovelful of earth. It had become what it was through the accumulated weight of all that work. There was no secret. There was no shortcut. There was only the work, continuing as it had for centuries, as it would continue for centuries more, until something changed that the Romans could not foresee. The night takes this now. The legions have completed their marches. The camps are built. The men, exhausted in ways that would destroy untrained bodies, have fallen into the particular sleep of soldiers who know they are protected. Their breathing is slow and deep. Their heart rates, measured centuries later by researchers examining skeletal remains and training records, pulse at 20% fewer beats per minute than when they first enlisted. Their bodies continue the work of adaptation even in rest, repairing microdamage to muscle fibers, replenishing the glycogen stores that will fuel tomorrow's marching, strengthening the neural pathways that connect intention to action. The walls around them are solid. The trench is deep. The sentries, changed at regular intervals throughout the night, walk their posts with the same steady pace they learned during training. Their eyes adjust to darkness. Their ears distinguish between the natural sounds of wind and animal and the unnatural sounds of human movement. They do not expect attack tonight. They are prepared regardless. Morning will arrive. The camp will be struck. The column will form and begin to move. The work will continue. It does not end. It has not ended. The men who performed this work 2,000 years ago are dust. The camps they built have been reclaimed by forest and field and the foundations of later structures. But the work itself, the methodical transformation of human bodies through sustained physical demand, continues wherever soldiers train and athletes prepare and ordinary people discover that they are capable of more than they believed. The wheat will be ground tonight. The swords will be swung at wooden posts. The miles will accumulate, one after another, across weeks and years and the full span of a service career. The body will adapt. It will become what it has been asked to become. This is not a secret. It is not a mystery. It is simply the result of work, repeated consistently across time, until the work and the worker are no longer separate things. The camp is quiet now. The sentries continue their rounds. The sleepers continue their sleep. The darkness continues its slow rotation toward morning. There is no ending here. There is only continuation, the endless cycle of work and rest and more work, the patient accumulation of adaptation across days that become years that become centuries. The voice continues. The night holds what the day cannot carry. This is enough. The winter camps were different, not in the work itself. The trench was still dug, the rampart still raised, the wooden stakes still driven into the cold earth with hands that had lost sensation hours earlier. But the duration stretched. What took 3 hours in summer required 5 in December, when the ground had hardened and each shovelful demanded twice the effort. The soldiers worked in rotating shifts, 15 minutes at the trench, then 15 minutes at the fires that burned at intervals along the perimeter. Not for comfort, for survival. A man who stopped moving entirely in those temperatures would not begin again. The rations changed in winter. More grain, the 3 pounds increased to 4. Dried vegetables when supply lines held. Salted pork on days when the weather prevented foraging parties from returning with fresh game. The vinegar water was heated before distribution, the warmth spreading through chests and throats before the cold could reclaim them. Soldiers learned to eat quickly, not from hunger but from necessity. Food left exposed for more than minutes developed a thin crust of ice. The armor collected frost. Not a heavy coating, not the dramatic accumulation of deep winter storms. A fine crystalline powder that settled into the joints of the larica segmentata and froze the leather straps into rigidity. Veterans knew to work the straps loose before sleep, flexing them repeatedly between gloved fingers until the ice cracked and fell away. Recruits who neglected this maintenance woke to armor that would not close around their bodies. They stood at morning formation with their equipment hanging open, unable to explain why they had not prepared. The centurions observed. The vine staffs rose and fell. The lesson was absorbed. The northern provinces taught something that the Mediterranean garrisons never could. Britain in particular, the island that Rome could never quite pacify, whose interior remained hostile and unknown even after decades of occupation. Soldiers stationed along Hadrian's Wall learned to fight in fog so dense that formation was impossible. The sentries reduced to isolated pairs and trios groping through gray whiteness toward sounds of combat they could not see. They learned to march on ground that never fully dried, the peat bogs swallowing caligy up to the ankle, then the knee, releasing them only with sucking sounds that echoed across flat horizons. They learned to sleep in conditions that would have killed civilian laborers, their tent mates pressed close on either side. Shared body heat the only insulation between wool blankets and frozen air. The local tribes watched from forest edges. They did not attack the wall directly. They had tried in the early years and learned what happened to warriors who charged Roman fortifications. Instead, they waited. They observed. They calculated that the legions would eventually exhaust themselves simply maintaining presence in this inhospitable landscape. The legions did not exhaust. They continued. Year after year, decade after decade, the wall was manned and repaired and extended. The soldiers changed. The cohorts rotated. The work did not. The recruits who arrived in Britain from warmer provinces experienced something like mourning. Not for people or places left behind, though those losses were real. For sunlight. For air that did not carry moisture deep into the lungs with every breath. For ground that provided reliable footing rather than shifting treacherously with each step. The first weeks were the hardest. Men who had completed 4 months of training, who had marched 20 miles with 60 pounds of equipment and asked for no special consideration, found themselves weeping in their tents for reasons they could not articulate. The centurions did not punish this. They had seen it before. They assigned extra work details, not as discipline but as intervention. A man who was digging could not simultaneously be remembering. The trench accepted whatever the soldier carried. The physicians noted something in these northern garrisons. Soldiers stationed in Britain developed higher red blood cell counts than those serving in Mediterranean or Middle Eastern provinces. Not dramatically higher, not enough to be noticeable without systematic measurement, but consistently, measurably elevated. The body's response to chronic low oxygen, to the perpetual struggle of extracting sufficient air from fog and mist and the thin, cold atmosphere of the northern latitudes. More red cells meant more oxygen delivery. More oxygen meant greater endurance. Soldiers who had spent 2 years on the wall could march farther than soldiers of equivalent training stationed in Syria. Their lungs had adapted to the deficiency. This was not planned. It was not a training objective or a strategic consideration. It was simply the body doing what bodies do when confronted with environmental demand. The soldiers did not know it was happening. They only knew that when they were rotated south, to the sunlit provinces of Gaul or Hispania, they felt strangely buoyant. Their breath came easier. Their legs moved faster. They did not connect this sensation to the years they had spent in fog and cold. They only accepted it, as they accepted all changes to their capacities, without examination or comment. The desert garrisons taught different lessons. Heat, not cold. The sun of Egypt and Arabia and North Africa, which did not warm gradually through morning hours but appeared fully formed at the horizon and began its assault immediately. Soldiers stationed in these provinces learned to move before dawn, completing the day's essential work in the gray hours when exertion was still possible. By mid-morning, the legions had stopped, not from laziness or indiscipline, from necessity. Men who worked through the midday heat required 4 times the water of men who rested. Water was the limiting factor in desert campaigning, more precious than weapons or armor or the pay that accumulated in soldiers' accounts. The equipment adapted. Not officially, not through centralized procurement decisions. Locally, soldiers in Egypt lined their helmets with additional layers of linen, creating dead space between metal and scalp that reduced conductive heat transfer. They loosened the straps of their armor during rest periods, allowing air to circulate across sweat-soaked tunics. They carried their shields not on their backs, where the curved surface trapped heat against the spine, but slung at their sides, oriented to provide shade to the legs rather than insulation to the torso. The natives observed these adaptations. They had lived in this landscape for thousands of years, developing their own strategies for survival under the same sun. They saw that the Romans learned. Not quickly, not gracefully, but persistently, through trial and error and the accumulated experience of successive garrison rotations. The legions that arrived in Egypt were pale and soft, their skin burning within hours of exposure. The legions that departed 3 years later were indistinguishable from the local population in their tolerance for heat and light. Something had been transferred. Not through teaching, not through conscious instruction. Through the simple pressure of environment operating on flesh across sufficient time. The Parthian campaigns introduced another dimension. Horses. Not the sturdy ponies of the German forests or the quick mountain breeds of Hispania. The heavy Nicaean chargers of the eastern kingdoms, capable of carrying fully armored riders at speed across open ground. Roman soldiers accustomed to fighting infantry found themselves facing mounted archers who never closed to sword range, who circled at distance and loosed arrows until the legions either broke formation or died where they stood. The training adapted. Not immediately. The first encounters with Parthian cavalry were disasters, the legions learning through catastrophic losses that their methods required modification. New drills were developed. Soldiers practiced forming the testudo, the tortoise formation of overlapping shields that turned arrow volleys into harmless percussion against curved wood and leather. They trained to advance at steady pace under continuous missile fire, trusting the shields above their heads and the comrades beside them rather than breaking formation to pursue elusive horsemen. They learned to conserve their javelins for the moments when Parthian riders pressed close enough to receive them. These adaptations were encoded in the training regimens of Eastern legions and transmitted westward as veterans rotated to other frontiers. A soldier who had faced Parthian archers in Syria carried that experience to his next posting in Rhaetia, where the enemy was German tribesmen armed with long swords and round shields. The specific techniques were not transferable. The attitude was the understanding that methods must change to meet circumstances, that yesterday's certainties might be tomorrow's fatal errors. This flexibility, invisible in the formal structure of military doctrine, was the most valuable lesson the Eastern veterans brought with them. The medical staff tracked something else across these varied postings. Infectious disease. The great killer, the enemy that did not carry a sword and could not be deterred by walls. Soldiers in Mesopotamia fell to fevers carried by mosquitoes breeding in irrigation canals. Soldiers in Britain developed respiratory infections in the damp barracks that clustered along Hadrian's Wall. Soldiers in Egypt suffered intestinal parasites acquired through water sources that appeared clear but teemed with organisms invisible to naked eye. The Medici recorded each outbreak, not systematically, not with the standardized data collection that modern epidemiology would demand, but persistently across generations, in records that accumulated in legionary headquarters and provincial archives. They noted which water sources were safe and which produced illness, which seasons brought specific diseases and which remained relatively healthy, which treatments seemed to help and which made no difference or made things worse. This knowledge was not shared across the empire through formal publication. It traveled with the physicians themselves, who were transferred between legions like the soldiers they treated. A medicus who had served in Egypt and learned to recognize the early signs of schistosomiasis carried that recognition to his next posting in Pannonia. He might never encounter the disease again, but the pattern of observation, the habit of attending to environmental factors and their relationship to human health, persisted. He trained his successors in this habit. They trained theirs. Across centuries, the medical corps developed a collective understanding of disease ecology that had no theoretical foundation but considerable practical utility. The veterans who retired to colonies brought more than their pensions. They brought the land itself, not physically, not in the form of soil samples or seeds transported across provinces. They brought knowledge of how to extract sustenance from particular terrain, how to read the subtle indicators of fertility and drainage and exposure that determined agricultural success. A veteran settled in North Africa understood that the wadis, dry riverbeds that appeared barren for most of the year, contained moisture deep beneath their surfaces. He dug wells where the natives had never thought to dig. He planted crops that drew from groundwater reserves invisible to those who only saw the dry surface crust. A veteran settled in Gaul recognized soil that reminded him of his home province. He imported techniques from that distant landscape, adapting them to local conditions through trial and error. His neighbors, native Gauls who had farmed this land for generations, observed his methods. Some adopted them, some modified them further, some rejected them entirely, preferring the ways their ancestors had used since before Rome existed. The land changed slowly, imperceptibly across decades, shaped by the accumulated decisions of men who carried distant experiences into new territories. The training grounds of the legions were not only in the forts. They were in the colonies, where veterans drilled their sons in the handling of sword and shield. Not formally. There was no conscription in these settlements, no requirement that the children of soldiers follow their fathers into service. But the skills were transmitted anyway, through informal instruction and the simple fact of growing up in households where military equipment was stored in visible locations and discussed in ordinary conversation. A boy who watched his father sharpen a gladius across countless evenings absorbed something about the relationship between maintenance and effectiveness. A girl who observed her mother binding wounds and preparing poultices learned the basic principles of field medicine, whether she ever had occasion to practice them. The Empire did not organize this training. It did not need to. The knowledge propagated itself through the same mechanisms that had always transmitted human skills across generations. Observation, imitation, repetition, correction. The children of veterans who eventually enlisted arrived at their training camps already possessing competencies that recruits from civilian backgrounds lacked. They knew how to hold a shield without dropping it after 10 minutes. They understood that the point of the gladius was not its edge but its tip. They had learned, through years of watching and occasional supervised practice, that fatigue was not a signal to stop but a condition to inhabit. The centurions recognized these recruits immediately, not from any formal assessment, from the way they moved during the first weapons drill. Their strikes were not necessarily stronger than those of their civilian counterparts, but they were more sustainable. Their breathing remained controlled when others gasped. Their arms did not begin the inevitable descent toward the waist after 20 minutes. They had already learned, through informal training that the Empire never officially sanctioned, that the heavy wooden sword was preparation rather than punishment. The cities of the Empire contained their own training grounds, not the formal military installations, the fortresses and camps and drill fields that dotted the frontiers. The urban centers, Rome itself and the great provincial capitals, maintained facilities where the urban cohorts and Praetorian Guard conducted their own versions of the 4-month curriculum. These units rarely fought. Their primary function was ceremonial and political, displaying the emperor's power to the populations he governed and ensuring that no rival could seize control of the capital. But they trained as if combat were imminent, marching through the streets of Rome in full equipment, conducting weapons drills on the Campus Martius where generations of citizen soldiers had prepared for wars now centuries distant. The urban population observed this training, not as participants, not as recruits undergoing the same transformation that shaped frontier legions. As spectators, civilians who watched soldiers run and sweat and strike at wooden posts while going about their daily business. The training was entertainment in its way, something to pause and observe while carrying goods to market or waiting for an appointment at a public bath. The soldiers performed their drills with the consciousness of being watched, their movements perhaps slightly more precise than they would have been in remote garrison posts where only comrades and centurions observed. Something was transmitted through this observation as well. Not skill, not the specific competencies of combat, but the impression of capability, the visible evidence that the Empire's military force was present and prepared and continuously maintained. The civilian who watched Praetorians march in full equipment carried that image into his understanding of Roman power. He might never visit a frontier. He might never see a legion in its operational environment. But he had seen soldiers training. He had witnessed the sweat and effort and repetition that transformed ordinary men into something else. He knew, without needing to articulate the knowledge, that the empire was defended by people who had been systematically remade for that purpose. The frontier legions knew what the urban cohorts did not. Combat. Not the training combat of wrestling circles and wooden swords. The actual collision of armed men, the moment when all preparation was tested against an opponent who also wished to survive. Soldiers who had fought in genuine battles carried something that training could not provide. Not confidence, exactly. Many veterans described their first combat as a catastrophe of fear and confusion, their carefully drilled responses collapsing into frantic improvisation. Not skill, though skill certainly accumulated across multiple engagements. Something more difficult to name, the knowledge that they had survived, that the moment of maximum danger had passed and they remained upright, their weapons still in hand, their comrades still beside them. This knowledge was transmitted through informal channels. Veterans speaking in the evening hours after the camp was built, their voices low and unhurried, describing battles that had occurred years or decades earlier. Not the official version, the commander's report that would be inscribed on monuments and read aloud at victory celebrations. The actual experience, the confusion of the advance, the terror when the enemy line did not break, the exhaustion that accumulated not across minutes but hours, the arms growing heavier and the shield harder to hold and the breath coming in shorter and shorter gasps, the moment when it seemed impossible to continue, the discovery that continuation was nonetheless possible. Recruits listened to these accounts with the particular attention of men who would soon face similar circumstances. They did not ask questions. The veterans did not offer advice. The stories were simply told, received, and carried forward into the sleep that followed. Months later, when those recruits found themselves in their own first battle, the veterans' descriptions would surface in memory. Not as instruction, as company. Others had been here. Others had survived. The recruit was not alone in his fear and exhaustion. He was participating in an experience that thousands of men had undergone before him, that thousands more would undergo after his service ended. The wounded who recovered in the valetudinaria heard these stories as well. Not from veterans visiting the hospital wards. The Medici discouraged such visits, concerned that excited conversation would raise patients' pulse rates and interfere with healing. But the walls of military hospitals were thin. Sounds carried from adjacent wards, from the rehabilitation areas, from the corridors where ambulatory patients walked slow circuits to rebuild strength and mobility. A soldier recovering from a sword wound to his sword arm listened to the veterans in the next bed discuss campaigns he had not yet experienced. He stored their words, as the recruits stored the words spoken around evening campfires. When his wound healed and he returned to his unit, he carried not only the scar tissue of his injury, but the accumulated experience of men who had healed before him. The rotation of legions across provinces distributed this knowledge geographically. A soldier who had fought Dacians in the Eastern Balkans was transferred to a legion stationed in Britain. He brought with him the specific tactical adaptations developed during the Dacian Wars, the methods of countering the falks, the curved sword that could hook over the top of Roman shields and slice into the shoulder beneath. The British tribes did not use such weapons. The knowledge was not directly applicable. But the veteran also brought the habit of adaptation itself, the understanding that enemies developed countermeasures and that countermeasures required further countermeasures. This habit was contagious. Soldiers who had never seen a Dacian warrior learned to approach tactical problems with the assumption that solutions would need to be revised. The reverse also occurred. Soldiers from British legions transferred to Dacian frontier posts carried knowledge of guerrilla warfare, of enemies who did not form battle lines but appeared and vanished within forest cover. The Dacians, who fought in more conventional formations, were not the British tribes. But the principle of anticipating enemy behavior based on terrain and cultural preference was transferable. The veteran who had spent years pursuing elusive warriors through northern bogs brought that expectation to his new posting. His comrades, who had assumed the next war would resemble the last, learned to consider alternative possibilities. The chain of command facilitated this transfer. Centurions, the professional officers who formed the backbone of legionary leadership, served for decades rather than the fixed terms of legionary legates or provincial governors. A centurion might begin his career in Syria, be promoted to a post in Pannonia, and finish his service in a training camp in Italy. Across 30 years of continuous service, he accumulated experience of multiple frontiers, multiple enemies, multiple tactical and operational environments. This experience was not contained in his personal memory alone. He trained recruits. He advised commanders. He corrected the errors of junior officers who had never seen combat. His knowledge diffused through the units he served, becoming part of the institutional memory that persisted beyond individual assignments. The legionary legates, senators serving 2 or 3 year terms before returning to political careers in Rome, were theoretically the commanders of their legions. In practice, they relied heavily on the centurionate for operational expertise. A legate might understand strategy at the level of provincial defense and imperial policy. He rarely understood the specific techniques of weighted weapons training, the optimal duration of forced marches, the signs of impending exhaustion in soldiers under his command. The centurions supplied this knowledge. They were not always thanked for it. Ambitious legates sometimes resented their dependence on men of lower social status. But they accepted it as their predecessors had accepted it and their successors would accept it, because the alternative was failure, and failure in command of a legion meant the end of a political career. The emperors understood the importance of this institutional continuity. Not all of them. Some ascended the throne with no military experience. Their understanding of the legions derived from administrative reports and the cautious briefings of palace officials. These emperors tended to make errors, appointing commanders based on political loyalty rather than competence, withdrawing experienced centurions from frontier posts to fill ceremonial positions in the capital. The errors accumulated. Frontiers became permeable. Enemies who had been contained for generations found opportunities to expand. Other emperors served extensively with the legions before their accessions. Hadrian, who spent more than half his reign traveling through the provinces and inspecting military installations. Trajan, who commanded armies in the Dacian and Parthian wars and knew the names of centurions serving in his legions. Marcus Aurelius, who conducted campaigns along the Danube for years while managing the administrative burden of an empire at war on multiple fronts. These emperors did not attempt to innovate in military training. They preserved and reinforced existing systems, ensuring that the methods developed across centuries of experience continued to be applied. Their reigns were not necessarily peaceful. They fought wars, sometimes extensive and costly wars. But the legions under their command performed as the system intended, defeating enemies and returning to their garrisons and continuing the patient work of maintaining themselves for the next campaign. The barbarian observers noted this continuity. Germanic chieftains who had fought Roman armies in their youth encountered Roman armies again in middle age, commanded by different men but composed of soldiers who fought the same way. The equipment had changed slightly, modifications introduced across decades of incremental improvement. The formations had adapted, responding to specific threats that had emerged and been neutralized. But the underlying pattern remained recognizable. The legions still marched farther than seemed possible. They still built fortifications every night. They still rotated fresh soldiers forward while exhausted soldiers recovered behind the battle line. The men changed. The system persisted. Some chieftains drew strategic conclusions from this observation. They understood that defeating a Roman army in a single battle was insufficient. The empire would raise another army, trained to the same standards, equipped with identical weapons, commanded by officers who had learned the same doctrine. Victory in the field was not victory in the war. The war would continue until the empire chose to end it, and the empire chose to end wars only when it had achieved its objectives. Other chieftains did not draw these conclusions. They celebrated victories that were temporary, assuming that the legions they had scattered would not return. The legions returned. They always returned. The chieftains who failed to understand this did not remain chieftains for long. The ordinary days outnumbered the battles, not by a small margin, by a ratio that soldiers understood but rarely articulated. A legionary might spend 25 years in service and participate in fewer than a dozen major engagements. The remaining days were occupied by marching and training and construction and guard duty and the thousands of small tasks that maintained the military apparatus of an empire spanning 3 continents. These days were not recorded in histories. They were not commemorated on monuments or celebrated in triumphal processions through the streets of Rome. They were simply lived, one after another, by men who had learned to inhabit duration without expectation of event. The soldier who could not tolerate these ordinary days did not last. He sought danger, volunteering for patrols that penetrated deep into hostile territory, requesting transfer to legions actively campaigning against particularly formidable enemies. Sometimes he found the combat he craved and was killed, his death providing the event that his life had lacked. Sometimes he survived his voluntary exposure to danger and was promoted, his aggression recognized as valuable in the particular circumstances that demanded aggressive response. More often, he simply exhausted himself, his body and mind unable to sustain the constant vigilance that such behavior required. He was reassigned to lighter duties, his combativeness channeled into training exercises where he could strike wooden posts with the fury he could not direct at living enemies. The soldier who tolerated ordinary days lasted. He did not seek event. He did not avoid it when it arrived. But he did not manufacture it from the raw material of his own impatience. He understood that the empire required his presence more than it required his death. He marched when ordered. He dug when the camp required fortification. He trained, maintaining the capacities he had developed during his initial 4 months and refined across years of continued practice. He waited. The waiting was not passive. It was the active maintenance of readiness, the preservation of a state that could be converted to combat effectiveness on the brief occasions when combat was necessary. The rations were distributed at the same hour each day, not from bureaucratic precision, from necessity. Soldiers who knew when to expect food could plan their activities around its arrival. They could complete morning training with the anticipation of the midday meal, could pace their afternoon labor in knowledge of the evening distribution. The predictability of supply was itself a kind of training, conditioning the body to expect fuel at regular intervals and to perform accordingly. The 3 pounds of wheat were not consumed immediately. Soldiers learned to allocate their rations across the day, reserving a portion for the evening meal that would fuel the next morning's march. The flour ground at night was sometimes mixed with water and formed into small cakes that could be carried in pouches and consumed during brief halts. These cakes hardened quickly, becoming dense and difficult to chew, but they provided sustained energy release that maintained blood sugar across hours of exertion. Soldiers developed preferences for particular preparation methods, particular ratios of water to flour, particular additions of salt or olive oil when available. These preferences were discussed during the evening meal, recipes exchanged and debated and modified across the generations of men who passed through each contubernium. The bread itself varied by province. Wheat from Egypt produced a different flour than wheat from Gaul. The soil composition, the growing season, the specific cultivars that had adapted to local conditions over centuries of agricultural selection. Soldiers noticed these differences. They complained when assigned to legions stationed in provinces whose grain produced dense, heavy loaves that sat in the stomach longer than the familiar bread of their home garrisons. They adapted, as they adapted to all environmental variations, their digestive systems gradually accommodating the unfamiliar starch. The Medici observed that soldiers transferred between provinces often experienced gastrointestinal distress during their first weeks at new postings. They did not identify the cause as different wheat strains, lacking the botanical knowledge that would have explained the phenomenon. But they noted that the distress resolved spontaneously after approximately 2 weeks, and they adjusted their treatment protocols accordingly. A soldier complaining of abdominal pain in his first days at a new garrison was advised to continue eating normally and wait for his body to complete its adaptation. The advice was usually correct. The water sources also varied. Hard water from limestone regions, carrying dissolved minerals that left white residue on cooking vessels and tasted distinctly of stone. Soft water from granite highlands, almost tasteless, lacking the mineral content that soldiers unconsciously associated with potability. Water from rivers that flowed through inhabited areas, carrying organic matter that produced visible turbidity and required extended settling before it could be consumed. Water from wells, cold and clear, but variable in safety depending on depth and construction quality. Soldiers developed preferences for particular water sources, as they developed preferences for particular grains and particular preparations of the evening meal. These preferences were not mere taste. They reflected genuine differences in how various waters affected the body. Water with high mineral content produced more frequent urination, which could be problematic during long marches when halts were infrequent. Water from certain rivers caused digestive complaints that persisted until the soldier's gut flora adjusted to local microorganisms. Water from deep wells often contained fewer pathogens than surface sources but required more effort to retrieve, the well's depth demanding extended labor at the windlass before sufficient quantity was obtained. The centurions did not indulge these preferences. Soldiers drank what was available, from whatever source the day's march or camp location provided. But the preferences were noted, discussed, and remembered. When legions returned to provinces they had previously occupied, veterans recalled which water sources were safe and which produced illness. This knowledge was transmitted to new recruits, not through formal instruction but through the casual observations of men who had learned to attend to their own physical responses. The leather of the caligae absorbed water. Not immediately. The heavy sandals, constructed of multiple layers of cowhide stitched together with rawhide thongs, could withstand hours of exposure to damp ground before moisture penetrated to the interior. But eventually, after sufficient time in rain or snow or the perpetual mud of northern garrisons, the leather became saturated, softened, stretched. It molded itself more closely to the contours of the soldier's foot, which was not necessarily beneficial. A wet caliga chafed in places that had never chafed before, creating abrasions that could become infected if not properly treated. Soldiers learned to dry their footwear at every opportunity. The evening fires around which the legions gathered for their meals also served as drying stations, the caligae arranged in careful patterns around the heat source. Not too close. Leather exposed to direct flame cracked and became useless. At the precise distance where warmth radiated but flames did not reach, the sandals released their absorbed moisture in visible vapor that rose and dissipated into the darkness. A soldier whose caligae were well maintained could march indefinitely without foot injuries. A soldier who neglected this maintenance developed blisters, then open sores, then infections that required evacuation to the Valetudin area and weeks of recovery. The centurions inspected footwear during morning formations, not formally but with the particular glance that registered equipment condition without requiring explicit acknowledgement. A recruit whose caligae showed signs of inadequate drying received correction. The vine staff delivered its message. The recruit learned that leather required care, that the evening fire served multiple purposes, that attention to apparently minor details determined whether a soldier remained with his unit or was carried to the hospital tent. The wool of the tunics absorbed water differently. Natural lanolin provided some water resistance, repelling light rain and morning dew. But prolonged exposure to precipitation eventually overwhelmed this protection. The wool fibers drinking moisture until the garment doubled in weight and clung heavily to the skin beneath. Soldiers in wet conditions moved differently. Their strides shortened, their shoulders rounded forward, attempting to reduce the surface area exposed to continuing rainfall. Their breath condensed visibly in the cold air before their faces. Wet wool did not dry quickly. The evening fires could not accommodate an entire legion's clothing, the tunics requiring more time and heat than the caligae. Soldiers learned to sleep in damp garments, their body heat gradually driving moisture into the blankets that covered them. The blankets themselves became damp. The process repeated the following night and the night after, and across the weeks of sustained precipitation that characterized certain campaigning seasons in certain provinces. The Medici treated respiratory infections with particular frequency in these conditions. Not all soldiers succumbed. Some had developed resistance through extended exposure, their lungs accustomed to drawing breath through air saturated with moisture. Others, particularly recruits in their first northern posting, fell ill within days of the first autumn rains. They were evacuated to the Valetudine area, treated with rest and warmth and fluids, and returned to their units when their fevers resolved. Some fraction of these recruits never fully recovered. Their lungs retained a subtle weakness that manifested as chronic cough and reduced endurance. They were reassigned to lighter duties, their military careers continuing but their role in the Legion permanently altered. The darkness of northern winters was not the darkness of southern nights. In the Mediterranean provinces, night arrived and departed with predictable regularity. The sun sank below the horizon, the stars emerged, and after approximately 12 hours the sun rose again. Even in winter, the period of darkness was bounded and tolerable. Soldiers maintained their watches, completed their evening tasks, and awoke to morning light that arrived within expected parameters. North of the Alps, particularly in Britain and the German frontier provinces, winter darkness extended. Not the continuous night of Arctic regions, but a profound contraction of daylight hours that left soldiers marching in twilight and building camps in near darkness and sleeping through mornings that remained gray and indeterminate long after official sunrise. This darkness was not merely absence of light. It was presence of something else, a weight that pressed against vision and consciousness and the basic human expectation that each day would contain sufficient illumination for essential tasks. The soldiers adapted. They learned to perform routine functions by touch and memory, their hands finding equipment and completing maintenance without visual guidance. They developed sensitivity to subtle variations in darkness, distinguishing between the deep black of enclosed spaces and the lesser black of open air, between the movement of comrades and the movement of wind through tent fabric. Their hearing sharpened, compensating for visual information that was no longer available. They became, without conscious intention, creatures of the diminished light. The natives of these provinces had always been such creatures. They moved through winter darkness with the ease of long adaptation, their settlements and hunting grounds known through familiarity rather than vision. Roman soldiers who survived their first northern winter emerged into spring with new capacities that the Mediterranean-born commanders did not fully understand. They could fight in conditions that would have disabled their predecessors. They could march through twilight that resembled evening and morning simultaneously. They had become, in this respect as in so many others, something other than the men who had enlisted. The summer light of the same provinces was correspondingly extended. Not the harsh brightness of the Mediterranean midday, which drove soldiers to seek shade and limit exertion. The diffuse luminosity of northern latitudes, where the sun did not rise to zenith but traced a low arc across the southern sky, providing hours of illumination without corresponding heat. Soldiers in Britain during June could begin marching at 4 in the morning and continue until 9 at night, the light remaining sufficient for navigation and camp construction across the entire extended day. This abundance of light was not an unqualified benefit. Longer days meant longer marches, commanders naturally exploiting the available illumination to cover greater distances. Soldiers who had struggled through winter darkness now struggled through summer wakefulness, their bodies demanding rest that operational requirements denied. The sleep deprivation accumulated across weeks, its effects visible in slowed reactions and increased injury rates and the particular irritability that characterized men who had not experienced genuine darkness in too long. The Medici noted these effects without being able to remedy them. There was no treatment for excessive daylight except the arrival of autumn, which brought its own challenges. Soldiers endured the summer marches as they endured winter darkness and autumn rains, and the perpetual demands of a service that did not adjust its requirements to accommodate seasonal variation. They endured because endurance was what they had been trained to do, across 4 months of initial conditioning and years of continued practice and the accumulated weight of 25 years of adaptation to circumstances they could not control. The sound of the camp at night was specific, not silent. Civilian observers expecting military quietude were surprised by the constant low murmur of human activity that persisted through darkness. Soldiers speaking in tones that carried only a few feet. Equipment being adjusted, leather straps tightened or loosened, metal fittings tapped into proper alignment. The movements of sentries at their posts, their footfalls audible at regular intervals along the perimeter. Fires crackling in their designated locations, the wood selected for minimal smoke emission but not complete silence. This soundscape was familiar to every soldier who had spent a night in a Roman camp. It was not consciously attended to, any more than the sound of one's own breathing or heartbeat, but its absence was immediately noticeable. A camp that fell silent was a camp in danger, its inhabitants frozen in apprehension of approaching threat. A camp that maintained its characteristic murmur was a camp at rest, its soldiers secure in the knowledge that the trench and wall and sentries would provide sufficient warning of enemy approach. Recruits took time to learn the soundscape. Their first nights in camp were disturbed by every unexpected noise, every shift of wind or settling of equipment that their untrained ears could not place. Veterans slept through the same sounds without interruption, their brains having learned to distinguish between threatening and non-threatening stimuli. This discrimination was not conscious. It had been acquired through repetition, through hundreds of nights spent in camps that were attacked on rare occasions and undisturbed on many others. The veteran's sleep was deeper than the recruit's, because his unconscious mind had completed its risk assessment before conscious thought could intervene. The dreams of soldiers were not recorded. No archive preserves the mental experience of legionaries during the hours when their conscious minds released control to the autonomous processes of memory and imagination. But the Medici observed that soldiers recently returned from combat experienced more frequent nightmares than those who had not recently fought. They woke sweating, their hearts racing, sometimes crying out words that comrades recognized as battle commands or warnings. These episodes diminished with time, the intensity of combat memory gradually fading into the less vivid recollection of ordinary experience. The Medici had no treatment for nightmares. They could not prescribe medication that would suppress traumatic memory, lacking both the pharmacological knowledge and the theoretical framework that would have made such intervention conceivable. They could only observe that most soldiers eventually stopped waking in terror, their minds accommodating the experiences that had initially overwhelmed them. The accommodation was not forgetting. Veterans who had fought decades earlier could still describe their first battle in precise detail, the sequence of events preserved as clearly as if it had occurred the previous week. But the emotional charge attached to these memories diminished. The events became facts rather than wounds. This accommodation was itself a form of training, though no centurion supervised it and no training manual described its methods. The mind, subjected to sufficient repetition of threatening stimuli, learned to reduce its response. Soldiers who survived multiple battles experienced less fear before each successive engagement, not because they had become indifferent to death, but because their brains had learned that combat could be survived. The physiological response remained. The heart still accelerated. The breath still shortened. The hands still trembled slightly when gripping weapons. But these responses were contained within tolerable parameters, their intensity reduced by accumulated experience that the threat was not inevitably fatal. The recruits who arrived at training camps carried their own dreams. Not the specific content, which varied with individual history and psychology. The general condition of having been shaped by experiences that the legions would now overwrite. A farmer's son dreamed of fields and harvests, his unconscious mind still oriented toward agricultural rhythms that the military training would gradually displace. A laborer from the docks of Ostia dreamed of ships and cargo, his body remembering the particular movements required to transfer amphorae from warehouse to vessel. A young man from the streets of Rome dreamed of crowds and narrow passages, his navigation of urban space encoded in neural pathways that had never traversed open country. These dreams faded across the 4 months of initial training. Not immediately. For the first weeks, recruits woke with disorientation, their sleeping minds having returned to environments that their waking bodies no longer inhabited. The camp around them seemed alien, the sounds and smells and spatial relationships entirely different from the familiar context their dreams provided. This disorientation diminished as the training environment became familiar enough to appear in dreams. By the end of the 4 months, recruits dreamed of marches and weapons drills and the particular faces of their contubernium mates. The old contexts had been displaced. The new context had taken their place. The veterans who retired to colonies sometimes reported dreams of military service decades after their discharge. Not the traumatic dreams of recent combat veterans, the flashbacks and terror that characterized pathological responses to extreme experience. Ordinary dreams, the mind's routine processing of stored memories that happened to include 25 years of marching and fighting and building camps. A veteran farming his land grant in Gaul might wake remembering a particular march through German forests, the quality of light. Filtering through canopy, the specific sensation of caligy on damp ground. He might not have consciously recalled that march for years. His unconscious mind had preserved it, the sensory details intact and accessible when certain conditions of sleep activated relevant neural networks. These dreams were not distressing. Veterans who experienced them did not seek treatment or discuss their content with physicians. They simply woke, oriented themselves to their current surroundings, and resumed the activities of their civilian lives. The dreams were evidence that their military service remained present within them, not as trauma requiring resolution, but as experience integrated into the continuous fabric of memory. They had been soldiers. They had become farmers. The soldier and the farmer occupied the same body, the same mind, the same ongoing narrative of a life that had included both identities. The training continued after retirement. Not formally. There were no centurions in the veteran colonies, no daily drills or weekly marches or annual assessments of combat readiness. But the habits acquired across 25 years of service did not simply disappear because the obligation to perform them had ended. Veterans continued to rise early, their bodies having learned that dawn was the appropriate time to begin work. They continued to maintain their equipment, the gladius and pugio that hung on their walls receiving the same regular cleaning and sharpening they had received during active service. They continued to move with the economy of motion that characterized experienced soldiers, their civilian labor performed with the same efficient allocation of energy they had applied to military tasks. This continuation was not conscious. Veterans did not decide to maintain their conditioning or preserve their skills. They simply lived as they had learned to live, the patterns of behavior established across decades persisting into years when no external authority required their performance. A man who had spent his adult life marching 20 miles with 60 pounds of equipment did not become sedentary upon retirement. He walked to his fields, to the local market, to the homes of his married children. The distances were shorter than the marches of his youth. The pace was slower, but the fundamental pattern, the orientation of the body towards sustained movement, remained unchanged. The children of veterans observed this continuation. They did not need to be told that their fathers had served in the legions. The evidence was visible in every aspect of domestic life. The equipment maintained with ritual regularity. The posture that remained upright and balanced decades after discharge. The particular way of moving through space, economical and deliberate, that distinguished veterans from men who had never undergone military training. These observations were not formal instruction. They were simply the context in which children of veterans grew to adulthood, the taken-for-granted environment that shaped their understanding of what adult men were and how they conducted themselves. Some of these children enlisted when they reached appropriate age. They arrived at training camps already possessing certain competencies that their civilian recruit counterparts lacked. Not the specific skills of combat, which required formal instruction and could not be adequately learned through observation alone. The orientation toward military service itself, the assumption that enlistment was a normal and appropriate path for adult men. These recruits did not experience the profound disorientation that characterized civilians entering military training. The camps, the routines, the expectations of behavior were not entirely alien. They had been prepared, across years of observation and informal instruction, for the transformation that the legions would complete. Other children of veterans did not enlist. They remained in the colonies, farming the land their fathers had received as discharge grants, continuing the agricultural work that supported provincial economies and produced the grain that fed distant legions. Their decision not to serve was not considered abandonment or failure. The empire required farmers as surely as it required soldiers, the agricultural surplus of peaceful provinces sustaining the military apparatus of the frontiers. A veteran whose son chose to cultivate the family land rather than enlist had not failed to transmit military values. He had succeeded in establishing a household that could perpetuate itself across generations without requiring continuous reinforcement from state institutions. The relationship between these civilian children and the empire they did not serve was complex. They benefited from the security that legions provided, their farms protected from barbarian incursion by military installations they might never visit. They contributed to the tax base that funded military salaries and equipment and the retirement grants that had established their fathers in independent livelihoods. They were not soldiers. They were not civilians entirely separable from the military system. Their existence was made possible by the legions, and the legions depended on the agricultural production that their labor generated. The empire contained many such relationships, not binary divisions between military and civilian, combatant and non-combatant, but continuous gradations of participation in the systems that maintained Roman power across 3 continents. Soldiers whose primary duty was construction rather than combat. Veterans who remained available for emergency mobilization decades after formal discharge. Civilian contractors who accompanied legions on campaign, providing services that ranged from blacksmithing to prostitution. Provincial subjects who never enlisted but whose taxes funded the entire apparatus. The boundaries between categories were permeable, individuals moving across them as circumstances and life stages dictated. This permeability was itself a form of endurance. The empire did not exhaust its human resources by demanding total military commitment from all male citizens. It allocated different levels of participation to different populations, the burdens of service distributed across the largest possible base. Soldiers served 25 years and retired, their places taken by new recruits from the civilian population they rejoined. Veterans returned to agricultural production, their military experience preserved as latent capacity rather than continuously expressed. The system could continue indefinitely because it did not demand indefinite service from any individual. The 4th month of training ended. Not with ceremony. The Roman military did not conduct graduation exercises or award completion certificates to recruits who had survived the initial conditioning cycle. The end of formal training was marked simply by reassignment, the soldier receiving orders transferring him from the training camp to the legion that would be his home for the next quarter century. He packed his equipment, now fully his own rather than training issue substitutes. He joined the column of similarly reassigned recruits moving toward their new units. He did not look back. The training camp continued without him. New recruits arrived to fill the vacancies his departure had created. The wooden posts stood ready for another cycle of 1,000 daily strikes. The heavy swords hung in armories awaiting the arms of men who had not yet learned that weight could become manageable. The camp doctors watched, their rods ready to correct the errors that every generation of recruits inevitably made. The 4 months began again, as they had begun for centuries, as they would continue to begin for centuries more. The soldier who had completed his training did not reflect on what he had become. Reflection was not encouraged in the Roman military, its emphasis on forward movement and continuous occupation leaving little space for retrospective examination. He had done what was required. He had survived. He had adapted. He was now, according to the formal designation that appeared in legionary rosters and pay records, a soldier. The title carried expectations that he would spend the remainder of his service attempting to fulfill. This was not a burden. It was simply the condition of his existence, as natural and unremarkable as the weight of the equipment he carried or the distance he marched each day. The legions marched, not toward any particular objective, not responding to any specific threat. The legions simply marched as they had marched every day for centuries because marching was what legions did when they were not fighting or building or training. The roads of the empire extended across continents, their stone surfaces worn smooth by the passage of millions of Calagi. The soldiers who walked these roads were not the first to traverse them. They were not the last. They were simply the current iteration of a process that had begun before any living soldier enlisted and would continue after the last veteran received his discharge grant. The sun rose. The column formed. The march began. The miles accumulated, one after another, there some exceeding the distance any individual soldier could comprehend. The equipment settled into its familiar distribution across shoulders and hips and back. The breathing found its automatic rhythm, synchronized with the pace of the men ahead and behind. The mind, released from the demands of navigation and threat assessment, drifted toward whatever occupied the space between conscious attention and complete unconsciousness. This was the condition that the training had been designed to produce. Not combat effectiveness, not tactical proficiency, not the specific skills of killing and survival. The capacity to continue, to march when marching was required, to fight when fighting was required, to build when building was required, and to do all these things without the exhaustion that prevented other armies from sustaining operations beyond a single campaigning season. The soldier who had completed 4 months of training and 25 years of service and the accumulated miles of a lifetime of marching was not a soldier. He was the process itself, the continuous transformation of human material into something that did not stop. The process continued. It had not ended. The soldier who had completed his service and received his land grant and become a farmer continued to march, his daily movements across his property preserving the patterns established across decades. The son who observed his father's movements and enlisted 20 years later continued the same patterns. his body shaped by the same demands that had shaped his father's body. The empire that depended on this continuity continued to exist, its frontiers maintained by men who had learned that endurance was not a quality but a practice, repeated daily across years that became centuries. The darkness continued its slow rotation toward morning. The sentries continued their rounds. The sleepers continued their sleep. The voice continued, unhurried, without destination, without conclusion. The night held what the day could not carry. This was enough. This was always enough. The sound of the pilum striking a training post was different from the gladius. A lower pitch, the thud of heavy wood meeting heavier wood, the vibration traveling up the soldier's arm and into his shoulder. The pilum was designed to penetrate, its long iron shank soft enough to bend upon impact so that it could not be thrown back. In training, this characteristic was irrelevant. The wooden practice javelins were solid throughout, their tips rounded to prevent the injuries that would inevitably accompany thousands of repetitions. But the sound remained distinct. Soldiers learned to distinguish between weapons by sound alone, their ears as trained as their arms. The recruit who could not throw accurately was not corrected through instruction. He threw again, and again, and again until either his arm failed or the accumulation of repetitions gradually refined his mechanics. The centurions observed. They did not intervene until a pattern of consistent error emerged, at which point they approached and made small adjustments. The angle of the shoulder, the position of the rear foot, the timing of the release relative to the forward step. These interventions were brief, almost wordless. The recruit implemented the adjustment, threw again, and discovered that his accuracy had improved. He did not understand the biomechanics that made this true. He only understood that the centurion's intervention had produced results. The pilum required different conditioning than the gladius. The gladius demanded sustained exertion, the arm moving through relatively small ranges of motion across thousands of repetitions. The pilum demanded explosive power, the transfer of energy from legs through torso through shoulder through arm into the javelin's release. Soldiers trained for this power through exercises that appeared unrelated. The digging of trenches, which strengthened the same leg and back muscles that drove the throwing motion. The wrestling, which developed the core stability necessary to transfer force efficiently. The weighted marches, which built the overall work capacity that allowed explosive movements to be performed even when the body was otherwise exhausted. The recruit who could throw accurately when fresh but whose throws deteriorated after 20 minutes of combat was not a successful recruit. The enemy did not attack only when soldiers were rested. The enemy attacked when soldiers were exhausted, distracted, wounded, afraid. The training therefore included throwing drills conducted at the end of long marches, when the arms had already been fatigued by hours of carrying equipment. The recruit threw. His form collapsed. He threw again. His form partially recovered. He threw again, and across the repetitions his body learned to perform the throwing motion even when the muscles responsible for that motion were no longer fresh. The centurions themselves had been recruits. This fact was not emphasized in the formal structure of military command, which distinguished sharply between the officer class of senators and equestrians and the enlisted ranks from which centurions were drawn. But every centurion carried within his body the memory of his own 4-month training cycle, his own experiences with the heavy wooden sword and the nightly camp construction and the particular shame of public correction by the camp doctor's rods. He had been where his recruits now stood. He had failed as they failed, learned as they learned, adapted as they adapted. The distance between centurion and recruit was not the distance between two different kinds of human being. It was the distance between the beginning and the middle of the same journey. This memory shaped the centurion's approach to discipline. He did not punish errors that resulted from genuine ignorance or insufficient conditioning. Such errors were corrected through repetition, through the gradual accumulation of experience that transformed incompetence into competence. He punished errors that resulted from inattention or insufficient effort. The recruit who did not try, who allowed his mind to drift during weapons drill or his pace to slow during forced marches, received the vine staff across his shoulders not because his performance was inadequate but because his attitude was unacceptable. The centurion had been a recruit. He knew the difference between inability and unwillingness. He responded accordingly. The centurions who failed to make this distinction did not remain centurions. Their recruits did not improve. Their units performed poorly in training exercises and worse in actual combat. Such centurions were reassigned to administrative positions where their deficiencies would not endanger soldiers' lives, or simply discharged from service with the quiet notation that they were not suited for command. The system did not formally evaluate centurions for empathy or instructional effectiveness, but the results of their leadership were visible in the performance of their units, and the commanders who reviewed those results made decisions accordingly. The relationship between centurion and recruit was not affectionate. No modern concept of mentorship or emotional support accurately described the dynamic between the men who commanded Roman training and the men who underwent it. The centurion did not ask about his recruits' feelings. He did not inquire into their family backgrounds or personal aspirations or the reasons they had enlisted. He observed their performance, corrected their errors, and evaluated their readiness for the next stage of training. This was not cruelty. It was efficiency. The centurion had 25 years of service and perhaps 2 decades of men under his command. He did not have time to form individual relationships with each recruit who passed through his century. Yet something passed between them. The recruit who received correction from his centurion understood that he had been seen. Not as an individual, not as a person with unique history and psychology, but as a soldier in formation whose specific error required specific intervention. This seeing was itself a form of recognition, an acknowledgement that the recruit existed and that his existence mattered enough to warrant correction. The recruit who was ignored, whose errors went uncorrected because the centurion had judged him incapable of improvement, experienced a different kind of recognition. He had been seen and found wanting. He would be reassigned to the labor units, his military career continuing but his status permanently diminished. The recruits who completed training and went on to serve in legions across the empire carried with them the memory of their centurion's voice, his particular gestures, the angle at which he held his vine staff when observing weapons drill. They did not speak of these memories. They did not write letters home describing the men who had trained them. But when they themselves became centurions, decades later, they discovered that their own voices and gestures and postures had unconsciously reproduced those of their instructors. The pattern had been transmitted, not through formal instruction or conscious imitation, but through the simple pressure of sustained observation across months of intensive training. The training of centurions was not formalized. No school existed where promising soldiers were sent to learn the arts of command. Centurions were selected from the ranks based on demonstrated competence, their promotions recommended by the commanders who had observed their performance across years or decades of service. A soldier who consistently performed well in combat, whose judgment proved reliable under stress, whose men followed him without the constant application of coercive authority, was identified as centurion material. He was given increasing responsibility, first as leader of a contubernium, then as an optio assisting a sitting centurion, then perhaps as a junior centurion commanding a small unit. If he continued to perform, he was promoted through the grades of the centurionate, each advancement bringing greater responsibility and higher pay. This system produced centurions who understood the legions from the inside. They had marched the same marches, fought the same enemies, carried the same equipment as the men they now commanded. They knew which training methods produced sustainable adaptation and which produced injury or burnout. They recognized the signs of impending exhaustion in soldiers under their command, the subtle deterioration of form that preceded complete collapse. They understood that the sword was secondary to the shield, that the testudo required absolute trust between the men who formed its overlapping rows, that the success of the maniple rotation system depended on timing and communication rather than individual heroism. The centurions who commanded Roman legions in the field were not strategists. They did not plan campaigns or determine imperial policy or negotiate with defeated enemies. These functions belonged to the legates and proconsuls and emperors who occupied the upper levels of military command. But the centurions were the men who translated strategic objectives into tactical actions, who ensured that the formations moved as ordered and struck when directed and held their positions until relieved. The empire's victories were won by its centurions. The empire's defeats were also their responsibility, though the formal records tended to assign blame to higher authorities. The legates depended on their centurions more than they acknowledged. A legate arriving to command a legion for his 2- or 3-year term possessed theoretical knowledge of military science acquired through study of texts and observation of other commanders. He might have served as military tribune in his youth, a largely administrative role that provided limited exposure to actual combat. He understood the formal structure of the legion, the organization into cohorts and centuries and contubernia, the standard tactical formations and their appropriate applications. He did not understand the specific capabilities of his individual soldiers, the condition of their equipment, the morale of the various units under his command. This understanding resided with the centurions, who had served with these men for years and would continue serving with them after the legate departed for his next political appointment. Effective legates acknowledged this dependence. They consulted their centurions before making operational decisions, soliciting their assessments of terrain and enemy capabilities and the readiness of Roman forces. They trusted the centurions to execute orders without constant supervision, recognizing that men with decades of experience required less direction than newly commissioned officers fresh from the Senate. They credited centurions in their official reports, not generously but adequately, ensuring that competent service was recognized and rewarded. Ineffective legates did not acknowledge their dependence. They issued orders without seeking input, confident that their formal authority was sufficient to guarantee compliance. They ignored centurions' warnings about approaching exhaustion or inadequate supplies or vulnerable flanks. They claimed credit for successes that centurions had engineered and assigned blame to centurions for failures that resulted from their own poor decisions. Such legates rarely completed their terms without incident. Their legions performed poorly in combat. Their soldiers, sensing that their commander did not value their lives or respect their expertise, responded with the minimum effort required to avoid formal punishment. The legate's political career suffered accordingly. The relationship between legion and commander was reciprocal. The commander provided direction, resources, and the strategic context within which tactical operations occurred. The legion provided combat power, labor, and the expertise accumulated across generations of continuous service. Neither could function effectively without the other. A legion without competent command was merely an armed mob, capable of defending itself in static situations but unable to conduct sustained offensive operations. A commander without a legion was merely an administrator, his strategic vision incapable of implementation without the military force that translated intention into action. The best commanders understood that this reciprocity extended to the individual soldier level. They did not regard the men under their command as interchangeable resources to be expended in pursuit of objectives. They recognized that each soldier represented an investment of training, equipment, and accumulated experience that could not be quickly replaced. They accepted that the ethical obligations of command included the preservation of their soldiers' lives, not as an absolute constraint that prohibited necessary risks, but as a continuous consideration that informed tactical and operational decisions. The soldiers recognized this recognition, not consciously, not through any formal process of evaluation. They simply experienced their commander's decisions as emanating from someone who understood what they endured and wished to minimize unnecessary suffering. This perception did not eliminate fear or exhaustion or the fundamental danger of combat, but it transformed the relationship between the men who gave orders and the men who executed them. The soldier who believed his commander valued his life fought differently than the soldier who believed his commander regarded him as expendable. He took calculated rather than desperate risks. He maintained discipline under circumstances that would cause less committed units to dissolve. He continued fighting when continuation seemed impossible, because he understood that his commander would not have ordered him into this position without good reason and adequate preparation. The death of a centurion was felt differently than the death of a legionary, not more painfully, not with greater ceremony or more elaborate commemoration. The loss of any soldier diminished the legion, and the legion's formal records did not distinguish between the deaths of centurions and the deaths of the men they commanded when calculating casualties for official reports. But the experienced difference was real. The centurion who had served for 20 years, who had trained hundreds of recruits and fought in dozens of battles and survived wounds that would have ended lesser men's careers, carried within his memory and expertise a quantity of knowledge that could not be quickly replaced. When he fell, something left the legion that would not return until another centurion had accumulated comparable experience across comparable years. The soldiers who had served under that centurion carried his memory forward, not as conscious commemoration. The legions did not erect monuments to fallen centurions except in unusual circumstances where individual heroism had been particularly conspicuous. The memory was carried in behavior, in the specific techniques and attitudes that the centurion had transmitted to his men through years of observation and correction. The soldier who adjusted his shield strap at a particular angle because his first centurion had demonstrated that this adjustment reduced shoulder fatigue was perpetuating that centurion's influence. The optio who corrected a recruit's throwing form using the same brief intervention his centurion had used decades earlier was perpetuating that influence. The centurion did not need to be remembered by name. He was remembered in the actions of men who had learned from him and were now teaching others. The fallen centurion's equipment was redistributed. His armor, if it could be repaired and adjusted to fit another soldier, was issued to a junior centurion who had recently been promoted and required appropriate equipment. His helmet, bearing the distinctive transverse crest that marked centurion rank, was cleaned and stored in the legion's equipment depot, available for issue when another soldier achieved the same rank. His sword, the gladius he had carried for decades, was typically returned to his family if he had designated heirs in his will, or otherwise assigned to a soldier who had distinguished himself and required appropriate recognition. This redistribution was not ceremonial. The legions did not conduct formal rituals when reissuing equipment from fallen soldiers. But the soldiers who received such equipment were aware of its history. They did not speak of it. They did not inquire whether the previous owner had died in combat or of disease, whether his death had been swift or prolonged, whether he had been conscious at the end and thinking of the equipment he would leave behind. They simply wore the armor and carried the sword, their bodies gradually adapting the equipment to their own dimensions and preferences, the marks of the previous owners used slowly overlaid with their own. The weapon hordes of defeated enemies told a different story. When Roman forces prevailed against Germanic tribes or Celtic confederations or the various peoples of the eastern frontiers, the spoils of victory included vast quantities of captured equipment. Swords and spears and shields and helmets, collected from the battlefield and the settlements that Roman forces subsequently occupied. This equipment was not redistributed to Roman soldiers. It did not fit Roman tactical doctrine, its weight distribution and handling characteristics incompatible with the training methods that produced Roman combat effectiveness. It was either destroyed, the metal melted down and reforged into Roman patterns, or transported to Rome and displayed in triumphal processions as evidence of victory. The soldiers who examined this captured equipment noted its differences from their own. The swords were longer, heavier, their balance point farther from the hilt. The shields were round or oval, lacking the curved profile that allowed Roman soldiers to rest their shields against their bodies during breaks in combat. The helmets provided less protection for the face and neck, their open designs reflecting different assumptions about the nature of combat. The soldiers did not comment on these differences. They did not need to. Their bodies, trained for years in Roman methods, registered the inferiority of enemy equipment through the simple comparison of weight and balance and protective coverage. This comparison reinforced something that the soldiers already knew but rarely articulated. Their equipment was not merely different from that of their enemies. It was better. Not because Roman metallurgy was superior or Roman design more sophisticated, though both were generally true. Because Roman equipment had been developed in conjunction with Roman training methods, each influencing the other across centuries of continuous refinement. The gladius was short because Roman soldiers thrust rather than swung. The scutum was curved because curved shields could be rested against the body. The larica segmentata distributed weight because the legions marched farther than any other army and required armor that could be worn for extended periods without exhausting the wearer. The equipment and the training were not separable. They were components of a single system, each component optimized for the others. The captured equipment was sometimes distributed to allied forces, not to Roman legions, whose training and doctrine were incompatible with non-standard equipment. To the auxiliary units recruited from provincial populations, who fought alongside Roman forces but employed their own native weapons and tactics. A Germanic auxiliary serving with a Roman army in Britain would receive captured equipment from his homeland with no sense of strangeness. The sword balanced as he expected. The shield covered his body appropriately. The helmet, though perhaps bearing the marks of its previous owner's death, fit his head and protected his face according to the traditions he had learned in childhood. These auxiliaries were not Roman soldiers. They did not undergo the 4-month training cycle or march 20 miles with 60 pounds of equipment or build fortified camps every night. They fought in their own styles, using their own weapons, employing tactical approaches that had developed in their home regions across centuries of intertribal warfare. But they served alongside legions, their movements coordinated with Roman formations, their efforts contributing to Roman victories. The empire that could not produce enough legionaries to defend its entire perimeter supplemented its forces with these auxiliaries, their numbers eventually equaling or exceeding the citizen soldiers who formed the core of Roman military power. The auxiliaries observed Roman training methods. They saw the legions march farther and faster than any other forces in the ancient world. They witnessed the nightly construction of fortified camps, the methodical weapons drills, the relentless repetition that transformed civilian farmers into soldiers who did not experience fatigue like normal humans. Some auxiliaries attempted to imitate these methods, modifying their own training regimens to incorporate Roman techniques. Others recognized that their own traditions were better suited to their native environments and tactical requirements. Both responses were valid. The empire did not require auxiliaries to become Romans. It required them to fight effectively alongside Romans, contributing their distinctive capabilities to the combined force that projected imperial power across 3 continents. The auxiliaries who completed 25 years of service received Roman citizenship. Not automatically. The grant of citizenship was contingent on honorable discharge, the same honesta missio that entitled legionaries to land grants and legal privileges. An auxiliary who served his full term, who fought in the empire's wars and maintained his equipment and followed the orders of his commanders, received at retirement the status that his legionary counterparts had possessed since enlistment. His children, born after his discharge, would be citizens from birth. His grandchildren would be eligible to enlist as legionaries. Their families' transition from provincial subject to Roman citizen completed across 2 generations. This system was not altruistic. It was not motivated by Roman respect for the peoples incorporated into the empire or gratitude for their military service. It was a recruitment incentive designed to attract auxiliaries from populations that might otherwise resist Roman rule or ally with Roman enemies. The prospect of citizenship, available after 25 years of demanding and dangerous service, motivated young men in the provinces to enlist in auxiliary units and remain in service through the decades required to earn their discharge. The empire gained soldiers without expending the resources required to train legionaries. The auxiliaries gained status and security for themselves and their descendants. Both parties understood the transaction clearly. Neither party found it objectionable. The auxiliaries who died in service did not receive citizenship. Their service was recorded, their sacrifice noted in the administrative records that accompanied every Roman military unit. But the grant of citizenship was contingent on completion of the full term, not proportional to years served or injuries sustained. A soldier killed in his 24th year of service, with only months remaining before his discharge and the citizenship that would accompany it, received no posthumous grant. His family inherited his accumulated savings and perhaps a small death benefit from the unit's funds. They did not inherit his citizenship or the legal privileges it conferred. This policy was harsh. The soldiers who served under it understood its harshness. They also understood its function. The prospect of losing citizenship after nearly completing the required service motivated soldiers to survive, to avoid unnecessary risks, to prioritize their own preservation within the context of combat operations. A policy that granted citizenship automatically upon death in service would remove this motivation, eliminating the distinction between the soldier who completed his term and the soldier who died just before completing it. The empire calculated that the motivational benefit of the existing policy outweighed its apparent cruelty. The soldiers, accepting that the empire's calculations were not subject to their approval, continued serving. The forts along Hadrian's Wall contained auxiliaries from across the empire. Soldiers from Gaul and Germany, their native languages incomprehensible to the Britons they patrolled against. Soldiers from Syria and Arabia, their skin dark and their features unfamiliar to the inhabitants of this northern island. Soldiers from Thrace and Pannonia and the various provinces along the Danube, their equipment and clothing reflecting the distinctive traditions of their home regions. These men did not become Romans in any cultural sense during their service on the wall. They continued speaking their native languages among themselves, preparing food according to their own traditions, worshipping gods whose names Roman officials could not pronounce. But they served the empire, their presence on this distant frontier a direct contribution to Roman security and Roman power. The wall itself was not continuously garrisoned by the same units. Auxiliary cohorts rotated through assignments, spending several years in Britain before being transferred to other frontiers. The soldiers who departed carried with them memories of this landscape, its particular quality of light and moisture and cold. Some of these memories were painful. The gray winters, the isolation from familiar communities, the constant vigilance required by an enemy who never formally engaged but never entirely withdrew. Other memories were neutral, simple records of sensory experience that would surface unexpectedly years later when some environmental cue triggered recall. The smell of wet wool, the sound of wind across open moorland, the taste of bread baked in the ovens of the wall forts. The soldiers who arrived to replace them carried their own memories from other frontiers. The heat of Syria, the forests of Germany, the mountains of Hispania. These memories gradually faded as new experiences accumulated, the British landscape imposing itself on consciousness through the simple mechanism of sustained exposure. By the end of their assignment, these soldiers had become as familiar with the wall and its environment as the men they had replaced. The rotation continued. The wall remained, The Picts beyond the wall observed this rotation without fully understanding it. They saw soldiers arrive, garrison the forts for some number of seasons, and depart. They saw new soldiers arrive to replace them. They did not perceive that the departing soldiers were being transferred to other frontiers, their military careers continuing elsewhere in the empire. The Picts understood individual humans, the specific faces and fighting styles of the men who manned the towers and patrolled the wall's length. They did not understand institutions, the abstract systems that moved thousands of soldiers across thousands of miles according to schedules determined in provincial capitals and communicated through written orders. This misunderstanding was not ignorance. It was the natural consequence of living in a society without writing, without formal bureaucracy, without the administrative infrastructure that made Roman military organization possible. The Picts knew their own warriors as individuals, their histories and capabilities and family connections known to all members of their small communities. They could not conceive of an army whose soldiers were interchangeable, whose units could be transferred across continents without loss of organizational integrity, whose commanders could direct operations on multiple frontiers simultaneously through the medium of written correspondence. The Roman system was not merely larger than the systems the Picts knew. It was different in kind. Its capabilities derived from technologies of administration and communication that the peoples beyond the frontier did not possess. The wall was therefore more than a physical barrier. It was the visible edge of a cognitive territory, the boundary between a world organized through writing and bureaucracy and a world organized through personal relationships and oral tradition. The soldiers who manned the wall inhabited both worlds, their duties requiring them to patrol the frontier and occasionally interact with the peoples beyond it. They did not reflect on this cognitive dimension of their service. They simply performed their duties, as they had performed duties on other frontiers and would perform duties on frontiers yet to be assigned. The legions stationed in Syria confronted a different cognitive boundary. The Parthian Empire, and later the Sasanian Empire that succeeded it, was not an unorganized tribal society like the peoples of northern Britain or central Germany. It was a state with written records and formal administration and professional military forces. The Parthians understood Roman organizational methods because they employed similar methods themselves. Their armies were not hordes of individual warriors seeking personal glory. They were coordinated forces, their heavy cavalry and mounted archers operating according to tactical doctrines developed across centuries of warfare with Rome and other settled powers. The Roman soldier facing Parthian forces therefore confronted an enemy who was recognizably similar to himself. Not in equipment or tactics or language, in organizational sophistication. The Parthians were not savages to be civilized or barbarians to be suppressed. They were rivals, their empire competing with Rome for influence and territory across the eastern provinces. The wars between Rome and Parthia were not campaigns of conquest and pacification. They were conflicts between peer powers, their outcomes determined by the same factors that determined outcomes in wars between Rome and itself: logistics, leadership, the endurance of ordinary soldiers under extreme conditions. The soldiers who fought in these wars understood this difference. Not explicitly, not through formal instruction in comparative political science. They understood it through the experience of combat with an enemy who did not break when the first ranks fell, who regrouped and counterattacked, who possessed the organizational resilience to recover from defeats and continue campaigning. The Gauls and Germans and Britons who faced Roman forces often disintegrated after a single catastrophic battle, their tribal confederations unable to sustain coordinated resistance after heavy casualties. The Parthians and Sasanians did not disintegrate. They withdrew, reorganized, and returned to contest the same territory the following campaigning season. The wars continued across generations, neither empire capable of delivering the decisive blow that would end the conflict permanently. The soldiers serving on this eastern frontier developed a different relationship to their service. not the patient endurance of the northern garrisons, where the enemy was perpetual but rarely decisive, not the periodic intensity of the Danubian frontier, where Germanic confederations periodically coalesced into threatening forces before fragmenting into their constituent tribes. The eastern frontier demanded sustained vigilance against a peer competitor, a state that matched Rome's organizational capabilities and contested Rome's territorial claims with equivalent resources and comparable determination. The soldier who served 25 years on this frontier might participate in multiple major campaigns against the Parthian or Sasanian empires. He might cross the Euphrates under Trajan, march to the Persian Gulf, and withdraw when imperial policy shifted under Trajan's successors. He might defend the fortress of Duryuropos against siege, experiencing the particular horror of urban combat that characterized warfare in the settled eastern provinces. He might be captured in one of the periodic Roman defeats that punctuated the otherwise balanced history of Roman-Persian conflict, spending years in Parthian captivity before being ransomed or exchanged and returning to his legion. These experiences did not produce the same kind of soldier as service on the northern frontiers. The Eastern veteran was not merely enduring and resilient. He was sophisticated, his understanding of warfare extending beyond the tactical to the operational and strategic levels. He had observed that Roman defeats often resulted from overextension, the legions advancing beyond sustainable supply lines and becoming vulnerable to Parthian counterattack. He had observed that Parthian defeats often resulted from the same error, their heavy cavalry pursuing broken Roman forces too far and becoming vulnerable to ambush by fresh reserves. He understood that victory and defeat were not absolutes but positions on a continuum, their meaning determined by the broader context of the campaign and the relative resources available to each side. This understanding was not recorded in official military doctrine. It was transmitted through the same informal channels that distributed all tactical and operational knowledge across the Roman military system. Veterans spoke of their experiences. Recruits listened. The knowledge accumulated, not as formal principles but as accumulated case studies, thousands of individual observations that collectively constituted a sophisticated understanding of warfare between peer competitors. The Parthian campaigns also taught the legions about the limits of endurance, not the physical limits that Roman training systematically expanded across the 4-month initial cycle and 25 years of continued conditioning. The organizational limits that constrained even the most resilient military system. The legions could march farther and fight longer than any other force in the ancient world. They could not march indefinitely or fight without supply. The eastern campaigns, with their vast distances and extreme temperatures and sophisticated enemy opposition, revealed these limits with particular clarity. The soldier marching across the Mesopotamian plain in summer understood that his endurance was not infinite. He could march 20 miles, 30 miles, even the extraordinary distances achieved by Caesar's legions in Gaul. He could not march 50 miles day after day across terrain that provided no shade and water sources that were often poisoned by retreating enemy forces. His body, adapted through years of training to sustained exertion, nonetheless required fuel and rest and the periodic replacement of water lost through sweat. When these requirements were not met, his performance declined. His pace slowed. His reactions delayed. His judgment, that most fragile of military capacities, deteriorated in ways that were not immediately apparent to his commanders. The commanders who failed to recognize these limits lost campaigns. They pushed their legions beyond sustainable distances, arrived at battlefields with exhausted soldiers facing fresh defenders, and suffered defeats that were attributed in official reports to enemy numerical superiority or unfavorable terrain rather than their own operational failures. The commanders who recognized these limits succeeded. They planned campaigns with careful attention to supply lines and rest days and the seasonal variations that affected military operations in extreme environments. They understood that Roman endurance was not magic. It was the product of training and conditioning and the accumulated experience of generations. Could be enhanced but not transcended. The soldier who survived 25 years of service had witnessed these limits repeatedly. He had seen legions advance too far and suffer the consequences. He had seen commanders relieved of command after such failures, their political careers ending in the deserts of Mesopotamia or the forests of Germany. He had seen comrades die not from enemy action but from exhaustion and dehydration and the simple inability of the human body to sustain indefinitely the demands placed upon it. These observations did not make him cynical. Cynicism required a belief that the system should function better than it did, that the failures he witnessed represented deviations from proper practice rather than inherent constraints on human capability. He did not hold this belief. He understood that the system functioned as well as it did because it had been developed across centuries of precisely such failures, each defeat revealing a limit that could be incorporated into future planning. This understanding was not despair. It was not resignation. It was the acceptance of reality that characterized experienced soldiers in all armies across all historical periods. The legions were not invincible. They were not superhuman. They were men who had been trained to endure more than other men could endure, and this training enabled them to achieve victories that other armies could not achieve. But they remained men, subject to the same biological and psychological constraints that limited all human performance. The soldier who recognized these constraints did not cease striving. He simply stopped expecting the impossible. He continued marching, fighting, building camps, and grinding his nightly flour within the boundaries of what his body and mind could actually accomplish. This was enough. This was always enough. The voice continued. The night deepened. The sentries, changed at regular intervals, continued their measured circuits of the camp perimeter. The sleepers continued their sleep, their breathing slow and deep, their bodies engaged in the continuous work of repair and recovery that prepared them for the next day's demands. The darkness held everything without distinction. The camp and the surrounding terrain and the distant frontiers where other legions performed the same rituals under different skies. The soldier who woke in this darkness did not know what time it was. He did not need to know. His body, conditioned by years of service, registered the position of the stars through the tent opening and calculated the hours remaining before dawn with an accuracy that conscious thought could not match. He adjusted his position slightly, redistributing his weight on the hard ground, and returned to sleep. His breathing slowed. His heart rate decreased. His mind, released from the minimal demands of partial wakefulness, resumed whatever processing occupied the unconscious hours of men who had spent decades learning to rest whenever rest was possible. The camp held him. The legion held him. The empire, vast and distant and mostly indifferent to his individual existence, held him as it held all its soldiers, as components of a system that required their continuous functioning and provided the conditions for that functioning to continue. He was not exceptional. He was not heroic. He was simply a soldier, one of thousands serving on this frontier and tens of thousands serving across the empire and hundreds of thousands who had served before him and would serve after his retirement. His individual story would not be recorded. His name would appear in administrative records, in pay ledgers and discharge documents, and perhaps on a simple tombstone erected by his comrades after his death. These records would survive or not survive, depending on the accidents of preservation that determined which fragments of the past persisted into the future. None of this mattered to the soldier sleeping in his tent. He was not concerned with posterity or historical memory or the judgments of future centuries. He was concerned with the immediate demands of his existence, the condition of his equipment, the health of his comrades, the orders that would arrive with morning light. These concerns were sufficient. They had always been sufficient. They would continue to be sufficient for as long as he remained a soldier, and after his retirement other concerns would replace them, and his life would continue in its transformed state until it ended. The night continued. The voice continued. The work continued somewhere, in training camps and frontier garrisons and the fortified camps that legions built each evening and abandoned each morning. The wheat was ground. The swords were swung. The miles were marched. The centuries accumulated, one after another, there some exceeding the capacity of any individual consciousness to comprehend. This was the system that Rome had built, not the empire of monuments and literature and imperial biography that dominated historical memory. The empire of ordinary days, of repetitive labor, of bodies gradually transformed through sustained exposure to demand. This empire had no name. It left few records. It was not commemorated in triumphal arches or celebrated in epic poetry. It was simply lived by millions of men across centuries, each of them contributing to a collective endurance that exceeded the capacity of any individual to achieve alone. The soldier sleeping in his tent did not know that he was part of this larger pattern. He did not need to know. His participation was not dependent on his awareness of it. He marched because marching was required. He fought because fighting was required. He endured because endurance was the only response available to a man who had been trained, across 4 months of initial conditioning and 25 years of continued service, to continue when continuation seemed impossible. He continued. The legion continued. The empire continued. The night continued. The voice continued, slow and steady and without destination, speaking of things that had happened long ago and far away and were nonetheless present in this moment, in this darkness, in the space between sleeping and waking where the ordinary endurance of ordinary men accumulated into something that outlasted empires. The night held what the day could not carry. This was enough. This was always enough. The bread was baked in the same ovens that had served the fortress for decades. The stone was darkened by generations of use, the interior surfaces polished smooth by countless loaves pressed against them. Soldiers assigned to baking duty arrived before dawn, their sleep schedules adjusted to accommodate the 4 hours required to heat the ovens to proper temperature and maintain them through the production cycle. They worked in silence, their movements economical and precise, the accumulated experience of centuries encoded in the angle at which they placed each loaf and the timing with which they rotated the finished bread to cooling racks. The flour varied by season and supply route. Winter wheat from the previous harvest, stored in granaries that maintained constant temperature through careful ventilation. Spring wheat from Egypt, arriving by ship and then by wagon, its lighter color and finer texture distinguishing it from the coarser grains of northern provinces. Emergency supplies, requisitioned from local civilian populations when supply lines failed, their quality unpredictable and their taste unfamiliar. The bakers adjusted. They added more water to drier flour. They extended rising time for coarser grinds. They learned, through the same trial and error that characterized all Roman military adaptation, to produce edible bread from whatever grain was available. The soldiers who consumed this bread did not comment on its quality. They had learned, across years of service, that commentary did not change the bread. It changed only the soldier's relationship to his circumstances, introducing dissatisfaction where none was necessary. The bread was food. Food provided energy. Energy enabled marching and fighting and the construction of nightly camps. This was sufficient. The soldier who required his bread to be pleasant as well as nourishing would spend his career in disappointment. The ovens themselves required maintenance. Not daily. The thermal mass of stone and clay retained heat for hours after the last loaf was removed, the structure cooling slowly through the evening and night. But weekly, the interior was inspected for cracks that could admit cold air and disrupt temperature regulation. Monthly, the exterior was reinforced with fresh clay, the material packed into gaps that had opened through the natural expansion and contraction of repeated heating cycles. Annually, the entire structure was rebuilt, the old clay broken away and replaced, the stones repositioned to correct any settling that had occurred during the previous year of continuous operation. The soldiers assigned to this maintenance did not resent the additional labor. They understood, without formal instruction, that the ovens were as essential to the Legion's functioning as the weapons racks and supply depots and hospital wards. A legion that could not bake bread could not march. A legion that could not march could not fight. The ovens were therefore military equipment, as worthy of maintenance as the gladius and scutum and larica segmentata that hung in the barracks when not in use. This understanding was not universal among recruits. Young soldiers, fresh from their 4-month training cycle, sometimes questioned why they should spend hours repairing clay structures when they could be drilling with weapons or improving their physical conditioning. The centurions did not answer these questions directly. They assigned the questioning soldiers to additional maintenance details, providing the opportunity for the answer to emerge through experience rather than explanation. By the end of their first year of service, most soldiers had stopped questioning. They had observed that the legions functioned through the coordination of many activities, not all of which were directly combat-related. They had learned that the distinction between combat and support was artificial, that the soldier who baked bread and the soldier who sharpened swords and the soldier who stood in the front rank of the battle line were all necessary components of a single system. This learning did not require words. It required only time. The water for the bread came from the fortress wells. Deep shafts, lined with stone to prevent collapse, their bottoms reaching aquifers that maintained water levels through the driest summers and coldest winters. The soldiers assigned to water duty lowered buckets on ropes, the weight increasing as the container filled. The muscles of shoulders and backs engaged in the same lifting motion that characterized so many other military tasks. The water was carried to the bakery in large pottery vessels, each requiring 2 soldiers to transport safely, their pace synchronized to prevent spillage. The quality of this water varied by well. Some drew from limestone aquifers, the water hard with dissolved minerals that affected the texture of bread. Others tapped sandstone formations, the water soft and almost sweet, producing loaves that rose higher and maintained moisture longer. Soldiers knew which wells produced which water. They did not choose. The assignment of water sources was determined by proximity and operational requirements, not preference. But the knowledge was preserved, transmitted through the informal channels that carried all essential information across generations of garrison service. The Medici tested this water periodically, not systematically, not according to formal protocols. They simply observed that soldiers drawing from certain wells developed gastrointestinal complaints at higher rates than soldiers drawing from others. They adjusted their recommendations accordingly, advising commanders to prioritize certain water sources and use others only when necessary. These recommendations were not always followed. Operational requirements sometimes demanded the use of less desirable wells, particularly during periods of intense activity when multiple water sources were required simultaneously. But the knowledge was preserved. When circumstances permitted, the legions drew from the wells that produced the healthiest soldiers. The fuel for the ovens was gathered from the surrounding territory. Wood primarily, deadfall collected from forest floors, the soldiers ranging outward from the fortress in organized foraging parties. Brush and scrub from open terrain, its combustion rapid but hot, suitable for the initial heating phase when maximum temperature was required. In provinces where wood was scarce, alternatives were employed. Dried animal dung, collected from the herds of allied tribes and processed into fuel cakes. Peat, cut from bogs and stacked to dry through summer months. Coal, mined from surface deposits in Britain and along the German frontier, its combustion slower and more sustained than wood. The soldiers who gathered this fuel did not reflect on the environmental impact of their activities. They did not calculate whether the rate of wood consumption exceeded the rate of forest regeneration. They gathered what was required to bake the bread that sustained the legion, and when local wood supplies were exhausted, they gathered from more distant locations. This pattern had continued for centuries. It would continue for centuries more, until the legions themselves ceased to exist and the forests reclaimed the territories from which they had been temporarily displaced. The bread was not the only food prepared in the fortress kitchens. Vegetables, when available, lentils and beans, their dried form enabling long-term storage without spoilage. Salted fish, transported from coastal provinces in barrels that maintained their contents for years. Olive oil, imported from Mediterranean producers and distributed to legions stationed in provinces where olives would not grow. Cheese, produced by civilian contractors who maintained herds near military installations and sold their products to the quartermasters responsible for food supply. These supplementary foods were not distributed equally. Legions stationed in fertile provinces enjoyed greater variety than legions stationed in marginal territories. Soldiers with specialized skills, such as the medical staff and senior centurions, received higher quality rations than ordinary legionaries. Units that had recently distinguished themselves in combat were rewarded with special issues of meat and wine, their commanders understanding that such rewards reinforced the connection between exceptional performance and exceptional treatment. The ordinary soldier did not resent these inequities. He understood, without formal instruction, that the distribution of resources reflected operational requirements rather than moral worth. The centurion required better nutrition because the centurion bore greater responsibility and expended greater energy in the performance of his duties. The legion that had defeated a significant enemy force deserved recognition because such recognition motivated other legions to similar achievement. The soldier who received only his basic grain ration was not being punished. He was simply not currently eligible for supplemental distribution. This understanding was not universal across all armies. In other military systems, soldiers who received less than their comrades complained, agitated, sometimes mutinied. Roman soldiers also complained. They also, on rare occasions, mutinied. But the baseline expectation was different. The Roman soldier expected to receive what he needed to perform his duties, not what he wanted for his personal satisfaction. The distinction was subtle but essential. It enabled the legions to function effectively across diverse environments and supply conditions, their soldiers adapting to whatever resources were available rather than demanding resources that could not be provided. The wine ration was issued weekly, not the fine vintages consumed by officers and provincial governors. The ordinary wine supplied to legions was a coarse product, often diluted with water and flavored with herbs to mask the deterioration that occurred during extended storage. Soldiers received approximately a liter per day, reduced to half that amount when supply lines were strained, or when campaigning in provinces where wine was difficult to transport. This wine served multiple functions. It provided calories, the fermentation process preserving energy that would otherwise be lost in the conversion of grapes to alcohol. It improved morale, the daily ration a small pleasure in the otherwise austere existence of military service. It reduced the incidence of waterborne illness, the alcohol content insufficient to sterilize contaminated water, but adequate to inhibit the growth of certain pathogens. And it facilitated sleep, the sedative effect of moderate alcohol consumption helping soldiers rest in the difficult conditions of campaign. The Medici observed that soldiers who consumed their entire daily ration at once experienced more accidents and disciplinary infractions than soldiers who distributed consumption across the day. They also observed that soldiers who abstained entirely from alcohol showed no measurable improvement in health or performance. They did not issue formal guidance on wine consumption, recognizing that such guidance would be ignored. They simply noted their observations in the accumulated medical records that passed between physicians across generations and postings. The vinegar for the pasca was produced from wine that had spoiled, not the wine issued for daily consumption, which was consumed too quickly to deteriorate significantly. The surplus wine, stored in amphorae that were not properly sealed or transported in conditions that exposed them to excessive heat or retained beyond their intended period of use. This wine developed the sharp, acidic character that soldiers found unpleasant for direct consumption, but acceptable when diluted with water and flavored with herbs. The conversion of spoiled wine to Pascha was not a waste recovery process. It was intentional, planned, integrated into the supply system that sustained the legions across 3 continents. Quartermasters calculated expected spoilage rates and adjusted their procurement accordingly, ordering sufficient wine that even after deterioration there would be adequate vinegar for the Pascha that soldiers required. The system was not perfectly efficient. No system operating across such distances and environmental conditions could be perfectly efficient. But it was functional, its inefficiencies contained within acceptable parameters, and its failures addressed through local adaptation. Soldiers who complained about the taste of Pascha were reminded, not always gently, that the alternative was untreated water from sources that might contain pathogens capable of killing them within days. This reminder was usually sufficient. The taste of vinegar was unpleasant but survivable. The taste of vinegar was preferable to the taste of one's own vomit as dysentery evacuated the contents of the intestinal tract. The soldier who understood this comparison did not complain. He drank his Pascha and continued his duties. The foraging parties that supplemented the legion's rations operated under strict discipline. Not the discipline of combat, the formal control exercised by centurions and optios over soldiers in formation. The discipline of negotiated interaction with civilian populations whose cooperation could not be compelled without generating resistance that would ultimately undermine military operations. Soldiers sent to procure grain or livestock or vegetables from provincial farmers were instructed to offer payment, to request rather than demand, to express gratitude for assistance rendered. These instructions were not always followed. Soldiers who had marched 20 miles and faced enemy fire and slept in cold mud were not always patient with farmers who demanded inflated prices or claimed to have no surplus available for military requisition. When such interactions produced complaints, the centurions investigated. Not sympathetically, the centurions did not automatically credit the farmers' account of events or assume that their soldiers had acted improperly. But they investigated, gathering information from all parties, assessing the credibility of competing claims. When soldiers were found to have exceeded their authority, they were punished. The punishment was not for stealing food. The legion required food, and if civilian suppliers would not provide it voluntarily, the legion would take it by force. The punishment was for stealing food without appropriate discretion, for creating unnecessary resentment among populations whose cooperation was essential to long-term military operations. The soldiers who received this punishment understood its rationale. They did not necessarily agree with it. Agreement was not required. They accepted the punishment, completed whatever labor or reduction in rank or loss of pay it entailed, and returned to their duties. The system continued. The foraging continued. The complaints continued, at reduced frequency, because soldiers had learned that the short-term benefit of seizing food without payment was outweighed by the long-term cost of disciplinary action. The grain stores were inspected daily, not by the quartermasters, whose responsibilities encompassed the entire supply system and who could not personally examine every amphora and sack under their supervision. By the soldiers assigned to granary duty, their tasks rotating through the various support functions that maintained the legion's material existence. These soldiers entered the storage facilities each morning, their eyes adjusting to the dimmer light within, and conducted systematic inspections of the containers under their responsibility. They looked for moisture, the enemy of stored grain. A single leak in the roof, a single crack in the amphora's seal, a single day of exposure to humid air could initiate the process of spoilage that would spread through entire batches of wheat. They looked for pests, the rodents and insects that consumed grain and contaminated what they did not consume. They looked for signs of unauthorized access, the evidence that someone had helped themselves to supplies that were not yet issued for distribution. When problems were identified, they were reported. The reports were reviewed by the quartermasters, who prioritized responses based on severity and available resources. A minor moisture issue could be addressed by relocating affected grain to drier storage and repairing the container. A major infestation might require disposal of entire shipments, the contaminated grain fed to animals or simply burned. The soldiers who had identified the problem did not make these decisions. They only reported what they had observed. This separation of observation from decision was not arbitrary. It was essential. Soldiers who knew that their reports would determine the fate of supplies might be tempted to conceal problems to avoid the labor of remediation. Soldiers who knew only that they must report accurately, without regard to consequences, could be trusted to conduct inspections honestly. The equipment depots were also inspected daily. The racks of gladii, their blades maintained by the soldiers to whom they were assigned but stored centrally when not in use. The pila, their wooden shafts inspected for cracks and their iron shanks checked for the bends that indicated proper employment in combat. The scuta, their curved surfaces examined for warping and their leather covers verified present and serviceable. The larica segment atta, its articulated plates cleaned of rust, and its leather straps tested for flexibility and strength. These inspections were conducted by the soldiers assigned to depot duty, their responsibilities rotating through the same schedule that governed all support functions within the Legion. They did not inspect their own equipment. They inspected equipment assigned to other soldiers, their assessments recorded in the same administrative ledgers that tracked every aspect of military supply. A soldier whose equipment was found deficient was notified, required to correct the deficiency within a specified period, and reinspected to verify compliance. This system did not eliminate equipment deficiencies. Soldiers continued to neglect maintenance, to lose components, to damage equipment through improper use or inadequate care. But the system identified these deficiencies before they affected combat performance, providing opportunity for correction before the Legion engaged enemy forces. A soldier whose sword was discovered to be dull during depot inspection had time to sharpen it before battle. A soldier whose shield was found to have a crack concealed beneath its leather cover could request replacement before facing opponents who would exploit that weakness. The soldiers who conducted these inspections understood that they were performing a service for their comrades. Not a favor, not an act of kindness. A service, impersonal and systematic, that contributed to the collective effectiveness of the unit. The soldier who identified a deficiency in another soldier's equipment was not criticizing that soldier. He was performing his assigned function within a system designed to ensure that all soldiers entered combat with serviceable equipment. The soldier whose deficiency was identified did not resent the identification. He resented his own negligence, which had been revealed through the normal operation of a system that he himself would operate when his rotation brought him to depot duty. The rotation schedules were posted at the beginning of each month. Not on paper. The legions used writing for administrative records and official correspondence and the occasional personal letter sent home through military postal services. But the daily assignments that governed soldiers' activities were communicated through verbal orders and, when necessary for coordination across multiple units, through notices written on wax tablets and displayed in designated locations within the fortress. Soldiers checked these notices at morning formation, their eyes scanning the lists for their names and the duties assigned for the coming day. Weapons drill, marching practice, camp construction, granary inspection, foraging party. Each soldier received his assignment, acknowledged it with a brief response to the centurion reading the list, and proceeded to his designated location. The assignments changed daily, weekly, monthly, ensuring that all soldiers developed familiarity with all functions and that no soldier was permanently relegated to the least desirable duties. The system was not perfectly equitable. Soldiers who had demonstrated particular competence in certain functions were assigned to those functions more frequently than soldiers who had not. Soldiers who had incurred disciplinary sanctions were assigned to the most unpleasant duties as a form of informal punishment. Soldiers who enjoyed good relations with their centurions sometimes received preferable assignments through the same informal channels that distributed all advantages within hierarchical organizations. But the baseline expectation was rotation. Every soldier could expect to perform every function, to experience every aspect of the Legion's operation, to understand from direct experience how the various components of the military system interacted. This understanding was not theoretical. It was embodied, encoded in the neural pathways and muscle memories of soldiers who had performed hundreds of distinct tasks across years of service. The soldier who had served on granary duty understood why the quartermasters demanded accurate reporting of moisture and pest conditions. The soldier who had served on equipment depot duty understood why his comrades sometimes failed to maintain their weapons adequately. The soldier who had served on foraging parties understood the complex negotiations required to extract resources from civilian populations without generating excessive resentment. This understanding did not make the soldier more compliant or more efficient, necessarily. It made him more capable of independent judgment, more able to adapt to circumstances that diverged from standard doctrine, more resilient in the face of the unexpected challenges that characterized military operations in contested environments. The independent judgment of ordinary soldiers was not encouraged. The Roman military was not a democratic institution. Its command structure was hierarchical, its discipline authoritarian, its expectations of obedience absolute in principle if occasionally flexible in practice. The soldier who exercised independent judgment without authorization, who deviated from orders based on his personal assessment of circumstances, risked severe punishment regardless of whether his deviation produced positive outcomes. But the soldier who could not exercise independent judgment when circumstances required it was a liability. Orders could not anticipate every contingency. Commanders could not be present at every location where decisions must be made. The soldier who could not assess his environment, evaluate options, and select appropriate action without awaiting instruction was a soldier who would fail when the unexpected occurred. The training therefore cultivated a specific form of judgment, not the creative improvisation that characterized individualistic warriors in other military traditions. The disciplined application of general principles to specific circumstances, the rapid selection of appropriate responses from a repertoire of learned options, the capacity to recognize when deviation from standard doctrine was necessary and when it was dangerous. This judgment was not independent in the sense of being unconstrained by authority. It was independent in the sense of being executable without direct supervision, the soldier acting as an extension of command rather than an autonomous agent. The soldier who developed this judgment was valued, not celebrated, not publicly recognized, not promoted necessarily, but valued by his centurions, who could rely on him to perform effectively in ambiguous situations. Valued by his comrades, who could trust him to make sound decisions when their own judgment was compromised by fatigue or fear. Valued by the system, which had invested 4 months of initial training and years of continued conditioning in his development and now received the return on that investment through his reliable performance across diverse circumstances. The soldier who did not develop this judgment was not punished. He was assigned to functions that did not require it. Guard duty at fixed installations, where the range of possible situations was limited and the appropriate responses could be prescribed in advance. Labor details, where the tasks were simple and the supervision direct. Supply transport, where the primary requirements were physical endurance and compliance with movement schedules rather than independent decision-making. These assignments were not prestigious. They did not lead to promotion or special recognition, but they were necessary, and the soldiers who performed them were necessary, and the system accommodated their limitations without commentary or condemnation. The soldier who resented these assignments, who believed himself capable of greater responsibility than his centurions assigned him, could attempt to demonstrate his capabilities through exceptional performance in his current duties. Sometimes this strategy succeeded. The soldier who consistently exceeded expectations in guard duty might be assigned to patrol duty, where opportunities for independent judgment were greater. The soldier who demonstrated reliable decision-making in patrol duty might be assigned to small unit leadership, his capacity for judgment recognized through formal promotion to optio or, in exceptional cases, centurion. More often, the soldier simply accepted his assignments and performed them adequately for the duration of his service. This acceptance was not resignation. It was recognition, not always conscious, that the system's assessment of his capabilities was accurate. He was not suited for functions requiring significant independent judgment. He was suited for functions requiring reliability and endurance and the patient performance of routine tasks. Both were necessary. Both were valued, though the valuation was expressed through assignment patterns rather than verbal acknowledgement. The soldier who exceeded expectations through exceptional performance was not always rewarded. The system was not perfectly calibrated to identify and promote talent. Centurions were busy, their attention consumed by the 100 responsibilities that accompanied command of a century. They did not always notice the soldier who performed his duties with unusual competence, or they noticed but did not act on their observations, or they acted but their recommendations were lost in the administrative processes that governed promotions across the Legion. The soldier who was not promoted despite demonstrated capability could respond in several ways. He could continue performing at the same high level, trusting that recognition would eventually arrive. He could reduce his performance to match the expectations applied to his current rank, conserving energy for his personal life rather than expending it in unrewarded effort. He could seek transfer to another unit, where his capabilities might be more readily recognized by new centurions not yet habituated to his level of performance. He could leave military service entirely, though this option was rarely available before completion of his 25-year term. Most soldiers chose the first response. They continued performing at high levels, not because they expected eventual recognition, but because they had internalized the standards of performance that their training had established. They did not know how to perform inadequately. Their bodies, conditioned across years of service, executed tasks with a competence that was not dependent on external reward. They were not saints or martyrs. They were simply soldiers who had become what their training had made them. The soldier who reduced his performance in response to unrecognized merit was observed. Not formally. The centurions did not maintain performance logs or conduct periodic evaluations of each soldier under their command. But they observed. They noticed when a previously reliable soldier began making errors, when his equipment condition deteriorated, when his pace on marches slowed relative to his established baseline. They did not always understand the cause of this deterioration. They did not inquire. They simply noted the change and adjusted their expectations accordingly. If the soldier's performance continued to decline, he might be reassigned to less demanding duties. This reassignment was not punishment. It was accommodation, the system adjusting to match the soldier's demonstrated capabilities rather than his historical potential. The soldier who had reduced his performance in protest of unrecognized merit found himself performing functions that required even less recognition than his previous assignment. His protest had succeeded in altering his circumstances. It had not succeeded in improving them. This lesson was observed by other soldiers, not through formal instruction, through the ordinary processes of social learning that characterized all human communities. Soldiers saw what happened to comrades who reduced their effort in response to perceived injustice. They drew their own conclusions. Most concluded that continued performance at established standards was preferable to the alternative, even when that performance was not explicitly recognized. This conclusion was not moral. It was pragmatic. The system responded to reduced performance by reducing responsibility, which reduced the already limited opportunities for recognition and promotion. The soldier who sought recognition was therefore advised, by the silent example of his predecessors, to continue performing at high levels regardless of whether that performance was immediately rewarded. The soldier who sought transfer to another unit navigated a complex process. Not impossible. Transfers between legions occurred regularly, driven by operational requirements and individual circumstances, and the continuous redistribution of experienced soldiers across the provincial garrison system. But the process required approvals from multiple levels of command, from the soldier's current centurion to the legionary legate to the provincial governor to the commander of the receiving legion. Each approval could be withheld, for reasons that ranged from genuine operational necessity to personal animosity to simple administrative inertia. The soldier who initiated this process therefore assumed significant risk. His current centurion, notified of the transfer request, might interpret it as criticism of his leadership. His comrades might interpret it as abandonment. The receiving legion, evaluating his request, might conclude that a soldier seeking transfer was a soldier with problems that would accompany him to his new posting. The process could take months, during which the soldier remained in his current unit, performing his current duties, under the observation of commanders who knew he wished to leave. Some soldiers successfully navigated this process. They obtained transfers to legions where their capabilities were recognized, where opportunities for advancement were greater, where the particular circumstances of frontier service better matched their skills and temperament. These soldiers sometimes prospered in their new postings, achieving the recognition and promotion that had eluded them in their original units. They were the exceptions. The system was not designed to facilitate such mobility. It was designed to maintain stability, to keep soldiers in their assigned positions unless operational requirements demanded redistribution. The soldier who sought transfer was swimming against a current that most soldiers found easier to accept than to resist. The soldier who accepted his circumstances without protest was not passive. Acceptance was not resignation. It was not the cessation of effort or the abandonment of aspiration. It was recognition, hard-won through years of observation and experience, that the system's assessment of his capabilities was largely accurate and that his efforts to alter that assessment through protest or transfer were unlikely to succeed. This recognition enabled him to focus his energy where it could produce results. On his current duties, on his relationships with his immediate comrades, on the small satisfactions of daily life within the fortress and camp. The soldier who achieved this acceptance was not happier than the soldier who continued to struggle against his circumstances. Happiness was not a category that Roman military culture recognized or valued. He was more effective. His energy was not dissipated in futile resistance. It was directed toward the tasks immediately before him, which he performed with the competence that his training had established and his experience had refined. He was not exceptional. He was not celebrated. He was simply a soldier, performing his duties adequately across the decades of his service, contributing to the collective endurance that sustained the legions across centuries of continuous operation. This was enough. This was always enough. The soldier who understood this did not need to articulate it. He simply lived it, day after day, year after year, until his service ended and he became something else. The system that had shaped him did not require his gratitude or his loyalty or his conscious commitment to its values. It required only his continued functioning. He provided this. The system continued. The voice continued. The night continued. The camp continued, its boundaries marked by trench and rampart and the watchful presence of sentries, whose rotation schedules governed the distribution of wakefulness across the sleeping legion. The bread continued, baked in ovens that had served generations of soldiers and would serve generations yet to arrive. The water continued, drawn from wells whose depths connected the fortress to aquifers that had existed before the Empire and would exist after its dissolution. The soldier who slept in this camp was not the same soldier who had enlisted decades earlier. His body had changed, its capacities transformed through years of sustained demand. His mind had changed, its expectations and assumptions reshaped by continuous exposure to circumstances he could not control. His relationships had changed, the comrades of his early service long since discharged or transferred or killed, their replacements now veterans themselves with their own histories of adaptation and endurance. He did not reflect on these changes. Reflection was not a practice that his training had encouraged or his circumstances facilitated. He simply existed, as he had existed for 25 years, performing the duties that each day presented and accepting the conditions that each day imposed. This existence was not meaningless. Meaning was not a category that Roman military culture recognized or valued. It was simply existence, continuous and enduring, the ordinary persistence of a human organism within a system designed to sustain such persistence across decades and centuries. The system would continue after his retirement. His equipment would be reissued to a recruit who had just completed the 4-month training cycle. His position in the century would be filled by a soldier promoted from the ranks of those who had served under his observation. His name would be recorded in discharge documents and land grant records and perhaps on a simple tombstone erected by his comrades after his death. These records would survive or not survive, depending on the accidents of preservation that determined which fragments of the past persisted into the future. None of this mattered to the soldier sleeping in his tent. He was not concerned with the future beyond tomorrow's duties. He was not concerned with the past beyond the memories that surfaced unbidden during the quiet hours of sentry duty. He was concerned with the present, with the darkness and the cold and the gradual approach of dawn that would initiate another day of marching and training and the ordinary labor of military existence. This concern was sufficient. It had always been sufficient. It would continue to be sufficient for as long as he remained a soldier, and after his retirement other concerns would replace it, and his existence would continue in its transformed state until it ended. The night held what the day could not carry. This was enough. This was always enough. The caligae were repaired by the soldiers who wore them, not by specialized craftsmen, though such craftsmen accompanied the legions and could be consulted when damage exceeded the soldier's capacity to address it. The daily maintenance of footwear was each soldier's responsibility, performed in the evening hours after camp construction was complete and before the evening meal was consumed. The leather was inspected for cuts and abrasions. The soles were checked for separation from the uppers. The rawhide thongs that secured the sandal to the foot were examined for fraying and replaced when necessary. Soldiers carried repair materials in their marching packs. Strips of leather, cut from the hides of animals slaughtered for food and processed by the legion's tanners. Lengths of rawhide, stored in coiled bundles and protected from moisture. Awls and needles, their points maintained through regular sharpening on whetstones that every contubernium kept among its shared equipment. These materials were not issued through the formal supply system. They were acquired locally, through the same foraging and procurement activities that provided food and fuel and construction timber. The soldier who neglected his caligae did not suffer immediate consequences. His footwear continued to function, though with gradually decreasing effectiveness. The leather dried and cracked. The soles separated further. The thongs weakened and finally broke. At some point, during a march of 20 or 30 miles, the sandal failed completely. The soldier continued, his bare foot striking the stone road surface with each step. He completed the march. He reported to the camp physician, who examined the lacerations and abrasions and foreign objects embedded in the damaged tissue. He was assigned to light duty while his foot healed. He was also assigned to additional repair training, conducted in the evening hours by the same craftsman he had previously chosen not to consult. This sequence was observed by other soldiers. It was not discussed. The soldier whose neglected equipment had caused his injury was not mocked or criticized. His condition was evidence, visible to all who cared to look, of the consequences that followed inadequate maintenance. Other soldiers examined their own caligy with increased attention. They replaced thongs before they broke. They applied animal fats to leather to maintain flexibility. They reinforced sole attachments at the first sign of separation. The lesson was transmitted without words, encoded in the injury of a comrade and the silent observation of those who had witnessed it. The whetstones were shared equipment, not owned individually, though soldiers sometimes acquired personal sharpening stones through purchase or gift and kept them among their personal effects. The Cantaburnium maintained a communal whetstone, stored in a designated location within the tent and available to all 8 members on a rotating schedule. Soldiers sharpened their gladii and pugins at least weekly, more frequently when campaigning and after any combat engagement that had involved significant blade use. The technique was not complex, but it required attention. The blade was held at a consistent angle against the stone, drawn across the abrasive surface in smooth strokes that maintained even pressure from hilt to tip. Too steep an angle rounded the edge, reducing its cutting efficiency. Too shallow an angle failed to remove sufficient material, leaving the blade dull. The stone itself required maintenance, its surface periodically flattened to prevent the development of grooves that would produce inconsistent sharpening. Soldiers learned this technique through observation and practice. The recruit who had never sharpened a blade watched his veterans, noted the angle they maintained and the pressure they applied and the number of strokes required to achieve satisfactory sharpness. He attempted to reproduce these observations with his own equipment. His initial efforts produced inconsistent results. Some sections of the blade sharpened adequately while others remained dull. He persisted. Across weeks and months, his technique improved. By the end of his first year of service, he could sharpen his gladius to operational standard in less than 10 minutes. His movements economical and precise. His attention distributed between the task and the conversation of his comrades. The soldier who failed to maintain his blade discovered its inadequacy during combat. Not immediately. The first strikes against enemy equipment and flesh were delivered with sufficient force to overcome moderate dullness. But as the engagement continued, as fatigue accumulated and technique deteriorated, the inadequately sharpened blade required more force to achieve penetration. The soldier exhausted himself more rapidly than his comrades. His strikes became slower, less accurate, less effective. He survived or did not survive. If he survived, he sharpened his blade with increased attention thereafter. The pugio was the soldier's secondary weapon. A dagger, carried on the left hip opposite the gladius, its blade shorter and broader than the primary sword. The pugio was not employed in the initial stages of combat, when gladii and pila and the coordinated movements of formation determined engagement outcomes. It was employed when everything else had failed, when the gladius was dropped or broken, when the shield was lost, when the soldier found himself grappling an enemy in the mud, their weapons entangled and their armor pressing close, the distance between them too short for anything except the dagger's point. Training with the pugio was less extensive than training with the gladius. There were no heavy wooden practice daggers, no thousand-strike daily sessions against the palus, but soldiers drilled with their daggers periodically, practicing the upward thrusts and close-quarters maneuvers that characterized the weapon's employment. They learned to draw the pugio with either hand, the weapon's short length enabling transfer between grips without significant adjustment. They learned to strike at the unarmored gaps in enemy protection, the throat and armpit and inner thigh, where even a shallow penetration could disable or kill. The soldier who never employed his pugio in combat was fortunate. His primary weapons had functioned as intended. His formation had held. His enemies had been defeated before the battle deteriorated into the desperate chaos where daggers became decisive. But he maintained his pugio with the same attention he devoted to his gladius, sharpening its blade weekly and inspecting its hilt for secure attachment. The weapon was insurance, carried for 25 years in the hope that it would never be needed. When it was needed, it functioned. This was sufficient. The helmets were fitted to individual soldiers. Not permanently. The adjustable liner, constructed of leather and fabric, could be modified to accommodate different head shapes and sizes. But once adjusted, the helmet became the soldier's property, issued at the conclusion of his training and maintained by him across his entire service. The liner absorbed sweat and was periodically replaced. The chin straps, leather thongs that secured the helmet under the chin, were inspected regularly and replaced when signs of wear appeared. The crest holder, when applicable, was cleaned of corrosion and its attachment points verified secure. The helmet's primary function was protection. Its secondary function, less obvious but equally important, was sensory management. The slots and gaps that provided ventilation also admitted auditory information, enabling the soldier to hear commands and the sounds of combat around him. The interior spacing between helmet and skull, maintained by the adjustable liner, prevented the transmission of impact forces that could cause concussion even when the helmet was not penetrated. The weight distribution, balanced across the crown and sides, enabled extended wear without the neck fatigue that afflicted warriors in less sophisticated head protection. Soldiers who fought in extreme environments modified their helmets locally. In northern provinces, additional fabric was added beneath the liner, providing insulation against cold that would otherwise leach heat through the metal shell. In eastern deserts, the same slots and gaps that provided ventilation were sometimes enlarged, the increased airflow compensating for the extreme temperatures that characterized summer campaigning in Mesopotamia and Syria. These modifications were not standardized. They were individual responses to individual circumstances, evaluated by centurions for compliance with safety requirements and approved or rejected accordingly. The soldier who survived a blow to the head that would have killed an unprotected warrior did not credit his helmet. He did not reflect on the engineering decisions that had distributed impact force across his skull and dissipated energy through the adjustable liner. He simply continued fighting, perhaps with a brief disorientation that cleared within seconds, perhaps with no conscious awareness that his helmet had just performed its intended function. The helmet absorbed the blow. The soldier continued. This was the system's purpose, the integration of equipment and training and individual resilience into continuous functioning across all conditions of combat. The shields accumulated damage, not the catastrophic failure of the scutum split by enemy blade or penetrated by missile. The gradual accumulation of nicks and scratches and compression marks that recorded every engagement across years of service. The curved surface, originally smooth and uniform, developed texture. The leather cover, replaced periodically, protected the wood beneath but could not prevent the subtle deformation that occurred when shield met shield in the sustained pressure of formation combat. Soldiers monitored this damage. They knew, from observation and experience, when a shield required replacement and when it remained serviceable despite its accumulated marks. A crack that extended across multiple planks required immediate attention, the shield withdrawn from service and either repaired by the Legion's craftsmen or replaced entirely. Surface compression, the wood slightly indented at the points where enemy weapons had struck, was acceptable. It was evidence. The soldier who carried a shield marked by dozens of such compressions carried visible testimony to his survival across multiple engagements. His comrades observed this testimony and drew appropriate conclusions. The shield was not merely equipment. It was record, the accumulated history of its bearer's service encoded in its surface. The soldier who received a new shield after years of carrying his original experienced a subtle disorientation. The balance was different. The weight distribution, though identical to specifications, felt unfamiliar. The smooth surface, unmarked by combat, seemed to deny the history that its bearer knew himself to possess. This disorientation passed within days, the new shield gradually acquiring its own marks, its own testimony to the engagements that followed its issue. By the time the soldier completed his service, this shield too would carry the evidence of years. It would be reissued to a recruit who would continue the accumulation across his own service. The shields did not retire. They continued, as the legions continued, as the system continued, their surfaces recording the collective endurance of the men who carried them. The pila were designed to bend. Not immediately. The iron shank, approximately 2 feet in length, was hardened at the point for penetration but left soft in the shaft. When the pilum struck target, whether enemy shield or flesh or the ground behind a missed throw, the soft iron bent. The weapon became useless for immediate reuse. This was not a design flaw. It was intentional, the characteristic that distinguished the pilum from other javelins and contributed decisively to Roman tactical superiority. The enemy who received a pilum in his shield could not simply withdraw the weapon and throw it back. The bent shaft prevented removal, the soft iron folding under extraction force and further deforming rather than releasing. His shield, thus encumbered, became progressively heavier and less maneuverable. He could discard it, exposing his body to subsequent attacks, or he could continue fighting with the pilum protruding awkwardly from his defensive equipment. Neither option was satisfactory. The Roman soldier who had thrown his pilum drew his gladius and advanced. His enemy already disadvantaged by the weapon that had served its purpose through its own destruction. The pila carried by each soldier were not identical. The heavy pilum, designed for maximum penetration against enemy shields, featured a thicker shank and heavier point. The light pilum, intended for longer-range employment against exposed personnel, was more slender and could be thrown with greater accuracy at extended distance. Soldiers carried both types, selecting appropriate weapons based on tactical circumstances and the condition of their own equipment. The pilum that missed its target and struck the ground was recovered after battle. Its bent shank straightened through cold forging or simply cut away, and the remaining iron reworked into new weapons. The pilum that struck enemy shield and remained embedded was also recovered, extracted from abandoned equipment or the bodies of fallen opponents. Nothing was wasted. The iron was too valuable, the manufacturing process too labor-intensive, to permit casual discard of damaged weapons. Soldiers collected pila from the battlefield as they collected other salvage, their movements across the engagement site systematic and thorough, the accumulated material transported to the legion's craftsmen for reprocessing. The armor was cleaned after every march. Not the elaborate polishing that characterized peacetime garrison duty, when soldiers had time to spare and centurions demanded visible evidence of equipment maintenance. The practical cleaning of campaign, when the Larica segmentata was wiped free of mud and sweat and the accumulated grime of 20 miles on provincial roads. The articulated plates were separated slightly, the gaps between them inspected for debris that could restrict movement or accelerate corrosion. The leather straps were dried when wet, treated with animal fats when dry, replaced when they showed signs of the cracking that preceded catastrophic failure. This cleaning was performed in the evening hours, after camp construction and before the evening meal. Soldiers worked individually, their equipment spread before them on ground cloths or the packed earth of the tent floor. They did not speak during this work, or spoke quietly of matters unrelated to the task before them. The cleaning was routine, automatic, the movements of hands and tools requiring no conscious attention after years of repetition. The soldier's mind drifted where it would, returning to the equipment when his fingers encountered unexpected resistance or his inspection revealed damage requiring further attention. The armor that received this daily attention could last decades. Not the same armor. The articulated plates were replaced individually when damaged beyond repair. The leather straps were renewed annually, more frequently in wet climates where moisture accelerated deterioration. The brass fittings, polished to brightness on garrison duty but left unadorned on campaign, accumulated the patina of age without losing their structural integrity. A soldier who completed 25 years of service might wear armor that contained no original components, each element replaced as necessary across his career. Yet the armor was continuous, its identity persisting through the replacement of its constituent parts, as the soldier's identity persisted through the continuous replacement of the cells that composed his body. The military belt was the symbol of status. Not the armor, which was practical equipment worn only when operational requirements demanded protection. Not the weapons, which were tools of the soldier's trade and carried no symbolic significance beyond their obvious function. The belt, the cingulum militare, decorated with metal plates and hanging straps that clinked audibly with each movement. This was what distinguished the soldier from the civilian, the legionary from the laborer, the man who had completed 4 months of training and sworn the sacramentum from the man who had not. The belt was maintained with particular attention. Its metal fittings were polished when armor was cleaned, its leather straps treated with the same fats applied to caligy and shield covers. The hanging straps, each terminating in decorative terminals, were inspected for wear and replaced when damaged. The belt's buckle, the mechanism that secured it around the soldier's waist, was tested daily to ensure reliable operation. A soldier whose belt failed during combat was not merely inconvenienced. He was symbolically diminished, his status as soldier rendered temporarily invisible until the belt was repaired or replaced. The belt was also functional. It distributed the weight of the pugio and, when the gladius was not being worn in its primary position, the sword. It provided attachment points for the apron of protective strips that hung below the waist, offering limited protection to the lower abdomen and groin. It secured the soldier's tunic at the waist, preventing the fabric from interfering with leg movement during marching and combat. But its primary function was symbolic, the visible marker of membership in a community that extended across the empire and across centuries. The soldier who wore the cingulum militare was recognizable anywhere, by anyone familiar with Roman military culture, as belonging to the legions. This recognition was not abstract. It determined how the soldier was treated by civilians, by officials, by the commanders who evaluated his fitness for promotion and the enemies who assessed his threat level before engagement. The tunic was the soldier's only garment not directly associated with combat. Wool in most provinces, linen in warmer climates where wool caused overheating and skin irritation. The tunic was simple in construction, 2 rectangles of fabric sewn together at shoulders and sides, with openings for head and arms. It extended approximately to mid-thigh, leaving the legs free for marching and the knees exposed to the elements. A belt gathered the excess fabric at the waist, creating the distinctive silhouette that characterized Roman military dress. Soldiers owned multiple tunics, one worn, one in transit, one being laundered. The laundry was performed by the soldiers themselves, their tunics soaked in water and beaten against stones to dislodge accumulated dirt and sweat. This process was conducted at designated locations within the fortress or camp, the soldiers working in pairs to maintain the rhythm of beating and rinsing that characterized efficient textile cleaning. The tunics dried on lines strung between tents or on the ramparts of the camp walls, their fabric flapping in the wind that carried away moisture and the smell of wool saturated with human exertion. The tunic faded with repeated washing. The original color, whether the natural white of untreated wool or the red that distinguished soldiers in some legions from civilians in others, gradually softened to a pale gray. Soldiers did not replace tunics when they faded. The fading was evidence, as the marks on shields were evidence, of service rendered across time. A recruit's tunic was bright and stiff, its fabric not yet softened by repeated washing and its color not yet muted by exposure to sun and soap. A veteran's tunic was pale and soft, its fibers relaxed through years of contact with his body, its color subdued through years of exposure to the elements. The difference was visible. The difference communicated without words the relative status of the men who wore these garments. The sagum was the soldier's cloak, a rectangular woolen blanket, fastened at the right shoulder with a pin or brooch, leaving the sword arm free while covering the left shoulder and torso. The sagum served multiple functions. It provided warmth in cold weather and protection from rain when treated with the natural oils that made wool water-resistant. It served as blanket when the soldier slept, its fabric wrapped around his body against the cold ground. It served as ground cloth when the soldier sat, its surface interposed between his equipment and the mud that would otherwise saturate his tunic and armor. The sagum was not standardized. Soldiers acquired their cloaks through multiple channels, some issued by the legion's quartermasters, others purchased from civilian merchants who followed the armies and sold supplies to soldiers with accumulated pay. The quality varied accordingly. A cloak purchased from a reputable merchant might last the soldier's entire career, its wool dense and its construction robust. A cloak issued from emergency stores might begin fraying within months, its fibers insufficiently felted and its seams inadequately reinforced. Soldiers learned which sources produced reliable cloaks and directed their pay accordingly. The sagum was also a marker of status, though less formal than the military belt. Officers wore distinctive cloaks, their fabric finer and their color more vivid than the ordinary soldier's practical wool. The paludamentum of senior commanders, its scarlet dye signaling rank and authority, was recognizable at distances that obscured facial features and equipment details. Soldiers observing such cloaks approaching their position prepared themselves accordingly, their posture and attention adjusting to the imminent arrival of command authority. The cloak communicated before its wearer could speak, establishing the relationship between the approaching figure and the soldiers who awaited his instructions. The standard was the legion's soul, not the soldiers, who were individual humans with individual histories and individual capacities. The standard, the aquila or signum or vexillum that represented the legion as a continuous entity across the generations of men who passed through its ranks. The standard was carried by the aquilifer, a senior soldier whose position was among the most prestigious in the legion. Its loss in combat was catastrophic, a disgrace that could lead to the legion's disbandment and the aquilifer's execution. Its recovery from enemy hands was cause for celebration. The standard returned to its proper position at the head of the legion's formation. The standard was maintained with rituals that exceeded the practical maintenance applied to other equipment. Its metal components were polished daily, its wooden shaft inspected for cracks and treated with oils to prevent deterioration. The discs and crescents and other decorative elements attached to its staff were cleaned of tarnish and their attachments verified secure. The fabric of the vexillum, when applicable, was laundered and repaired, its imagery preserved through the continuous attention of soldiers assigned to this specific duty. Soldiers who had never met the legionaries of previous generations nonetheless understood themselves as continuous with those predecessors. The standard mediated this continuity, its physical presence connecting the current legion to the legion that had fought under the same symbol decades or centuries earlier. The soldier who fought beneath the standard was not merely defending his own life and the lives of his immediate comrades. He was defending the standard, the physical embodiment of the legion's collective identity, the symbol that would be passed to future generations of soldiers who had not yet enlisted and would never know his name. This understanding was not articulated. It was not necessary to articulate. The soldier who watched the Aquilifer position the standard before battle, who saw the polished metal catch the morning light and the fabric of the vexillum stir in the pre-combat breeze, understood without words what the standard represented and what its loss would mean. He fought accordingly, not for glory, not for reward, for the standard, which was the legion, which was the empire, which was the system of collective endurance that had sustained Roman military power across centuries and would continue to sustain it after his own service ended. The Cornucin and Tubicin were the legion's voice, not the commanders, whose spoken orders could not be heard across the noise and distance of battlefield conditions. The horn players and trumpeters, their instruments producing signals that every soldier recognized and responded to without conscious deliberation. Advance, retreat, form line, change formation, engage, disengage. The signals were simple, their meanings established through repetition across thousands of training exercises and hundreds of combat engagements. The musicians were soldiers, selected for this specialized duty and trained in the specific techniques required to produce consistent volume and pitch under battlefield conditions. They carried their instruments in addition to standard equipment. Their marching load increased by the weight of coiled brass and the particular demands of maintaining delicate mechanisms in field conditions. They were not exempt from other duties. They dug trenches and built camps and ground flour and performed all the ordinary labor of military service. Their musical training an additional responsibility rather than a replacement for standard functions. The soldier who heard the Cornucin sound the signal for advance did not pause to consider whether advance was appropriate. His body, conditioned by years of repetition, responded before conscious thought could intervene. His feet moved forward. His shield rose to combat position. His gladius, if not already drawn, was pulled from its scabbard with the economical motion that characterized all his weapons handling. He advanced. His comrades advanced beside him. The formation maintained its integrity, the collective movement of hundreds of individual soldiers synchronized through the medium of brass instruments and the learned responses of men who had trained together for years. The Cornucin who sounded the wrong signal, whether through error or enemy action or the simple failure of his instrument under stress, could cause catastrophe. His comrades, responding to the signals they had been trained to recognize, would execute maneuvers inappropriate to actual battlefield conditions. They would advance when they should retreat, retreat when they should hold position, break formation when they should maintain integrity. The consequences of such errors were not theoretical. They were measured in casualties, in failed assaults, in legions that found themselves surrounded and destroyed because their voice had lied to them. The musicians trained accordingly. They practiced their signals until the relationship between breath and instrument and intended communication was automatic, unconscious, as reliable as the relationship between intention and action in the sword arm of a veteran legionary. They maintained their instruments with particular attention, the valves and mouthpieces and coiled tubes inspected daily for damage and cleaned weekly to prevent the accumulation of debris that could alter pitch or volume. They understood, without requiring formal instruction, that their role in the legion's functioning was as essential as the role of the soldiers who stood in the front rank of the battle line. The legion without its voice was a legion that could not coordinate its movements, a legion that could not respond to changing tactical circumstances, a legion that would be defeated by enemies who could communicate across the chaos of combat. The surveyors preceded the legion, not the combat soldiers whose responsibility was engagement with enemy forces. The men who measured terrain, who identified suitable locations for the nightly camp, who calculated distances and angles and the distribution of space required to accommodate 8,000 soldiers and their equipment and animals. These surveyors, the agrimensors, carried specialized instruments whose function and maintenance were as essential to the legion's survival as the gladius and scutum. The groma was the primary instrument, a vertical staff supporting a horizontal cross from which plumb lines were suspended. The surveyor sighted along these lines, establishing straight lines and right angles that guided the layout of camp streets and defensive works. The chorobates, a longer instrument used for leveling, enabled the surveyor to determine elevation changes and ensure that drainage ditches would function as intended. The dioptra, a more sophisticated instrument borrowed from Greek engineering traditions, permitted measurement of angles and distances with greater precision than the basic groma could provide. The soldiers who operated these instruments were not officers. They were specialists, their training in surveying techniques supplementing the basic military instruction that all legionaries received. They were not exempt from combat. When enemy forces approached before the camp was completed, the surveyors set aside their instruments and assumed their positions in the battle line. Their specialized skills did not excuse them from the universal obligation of military service, the requirement that every soldier fight when fighting was required. But their primary function was not combat. It was the creation of order from the raw material of undeveloped terrain, the imposition of Roman geometric regularity on whatever landscape the legion occupied at the end of each day's march. The camp they laid out was not merely functional. It was symbolic, the visible expression of Roman capacity to organize space according to rational principles, to transform wilderness into controlled environment, to create civilization from the raw material of untamed nature. The soldier who slept in this camp slept within a space that had been measured and divided and allocated according to procedures that were themselves the product of centuries of accumulated engineering knowledge. He did not reflect on this. He simply slept, his body resting within the geometry that the surveyors had established, his unconscious mind accepting the regularity of the space around him. The carpenters maintained the legion's wooden infrastructure. Not only the weapons, though they repaired pila shafts and replaced damaged shield planks and constructed the heavy wooden swords used in training. The carts and wagons that transported the legion's heavy equipment. The artillery pieces, the ballistae and catapults whose torsion-powered mechanisms required specialized knowledge to maintain and repair. The framework of the tents, the wooden poles and stakes that supported the fabric shelters in which soldiers slept. These carpenters were soldiers, selected for their civilian experience in woodworking or trained in these skills during their military service. They carried the same equipment and performed the same duties as other legionaries, their specialized labor and additional responsibility rather than a replacement for standard functions. When the legion marched, they marched. When the legion fought, they fought. When the legion constructed its nightly camp, they contributed to the trench and rampart before turning to the specific tasks that their skills enabled them to perform. The wood they used was acquired locally, the same foraging parties that gathered fuel for ovens also identifying timber suitable for construction and repair. Different species served different purposes. Oak for structural components requiring maximum strength. Pine for applications where weight was a constraint. Ash for its combination of flexibility and resilience in weapon shafts. The carpenters knew these species by sight and feel, their hands evaluating grain and density and moisture content without requiring conscious analysis. The soldier whose pilum shaft cracked during training brought it to the carpenters. He did not explain the damage. The carpenters did not inquire. The shaft was examined, its fracture assessed. A determination made whether repair was possible or replacement required. The soldier waited, his equipment spread before him for the routine maintenance that occupied all soldiers during the evening hours. When the repaired or replaced pilum was returned to him, he accepted it without comment, tested its balance with a brief movement of his arm, and returned it to his equipment's storage location. The transaction was complete. The system continued. The blacksmiths worked in heat and noise. The forges of a legionary fortress were located at a distance from other facilities, their fires posing fire risk and their hammering disrupting the quiet required for administrative work and medical recovery. Soldiers assigned to smithing duty arrived before dawn to prepare the forges, their movements among the charcoal piles and water troughs as practiced as the movements of infantry in combat formation. The iron they worked came from multiple sources: imperial mines, operated by slave labor and administered by procurators who reported to the emperor's financial officials; local procurement, the legions purchasing iron from civilian producers in the provinces where they were stationed; salvage, the bent pila and broken swords and damaged armor collected from battlefields and returned to the forges for reprocessing into serviceable equipment. Nothing was wasted. The iron was too valuable, the supply chains too extended and vulnerable, to permit casual discard of material that could be reformed into functional weapons and equipment. The soldier who worked at the forge learned to read the metal's temperature by its color. Dull red for initial shaping, the iron soft enough to deform under hammer blows but not yet at its most malleable. Bright orange for the final stages of forming, the metal approaching its optimal temperature for shaping before cooling reduced its workability. White heat for welding, the surfaces of separate pieces merging under precise hammer strikes that fused them into continuous material. These judgments were not taught through formal instruction. The soldier observed his seniors, noted the colors they sought and the timing of their hammer strikes, attempted to reproduce their results through trial and error. His early efforts produced inconsistent outcomes, some repairs failing under minimal stress and requiring rework. He persisted. Across months and years, his judgment improved. His eye and hand learned to coordinate with the behavior of heated metal, his interventions occurring at precisely the moments when the iron was most responsive to shaping. By the end of his service, he could assess a damaged gladius, reforge its edge, and return it to serviceable condition within minutes. This skill was not recognized in formal promotion evaluations. It was recognized by the soldiers whose weapons he repaired, who knew that his work was reliable and his judgment sound. The potters were not soldiers. Civilians, contracted by the Legion to produce the ceramic vessels required for food storage and water transport and the preparation of the evening meal. They established workshops near military installations, their kilns producing amphorae and cooking pots and the small drinking cups that soldiers carried in their marching packs. Their products were purchased through the same quartermaster system that distributed grain and wine and equipment, the costs deducted from soldiers' pay or absorbed into the Legion's operational budget. The relationship between soldiers and potters was commercial, not military. Soldiers did not train in ceramic production. They did not rotate through pottery workshops as they rotated through granary duty and equipment inspection and the other support functions that maintained the Legion's material existence. They acquired pottery through purchase or supply, used it until it broke, and discarded the fragments in the middens that accumulated at the edges of every military installation. But the pottery was essential. Without vessels to store water, soldiers could not march through arid regions. Without cooking pots, they could not transform their grain rations into edible meals. Without amphorae, the wine and oil that supplemented basic rations could not be transported from Mediterranean producers to northern frontiers. The potters, though not soldiers, were components of the military system. Their labor integrated into the supply chains that sustained Roman forces across 3 continents. The soldier who broke his drinking cup did not request replacement through formal supply channels. He purchased a new cup from the next civilian merchant who visited the camp, or borrowed from a comrade until he could visit the potter's workshop during his next period of leave. The transaction was personal, direct. The soldier's pay transferred to the potter in exchange for the product of the potter's labor. This was not charity or obligation. It was commerce, the exchange of value between parties who each contributed to the Legion's functioning through different but equally necessary activities. The tanners processed the hides of animals slaughtered for food, not the specialized leatherworkers who produced caligy and tent fabric and the various leather components of military equipment. The tanners prepared the raw material, transforming fresh hides into stable leather through chemical and mechanical processes that required specialized knowledge and produced distinctive odors. Their workshops were located at the farthest edges of military installations, their operations confined to areas where the smell of curing hides would not interfere with other activities. The soldier assigned to tanning duty did not typically volunteer for this assignment. The work was unpleasant, its physical demands exceeded only by its olfactory challenges. But the assignment was necessary, and the rotation system that distributed all duties across all soldiers ensured that every legionary spent some portion of his service in the tannery. He learned to scrape flesh from hides, to apply the vegetable tannins extracted from tree bark, to stretch and manipulate the leather through the various stages of its transformation from organic tissue to stable material. He did not enjoy this learning. He endured it, as he endured all assignments that the rotation system imposed, and when his period of tanning duty ended, he returned to his regular duties with relief and a new appreciation for the soldiers who maintained his caligy and repaired his equipment's leather components. The leather produced in these tanneries was not of uniform quality. Hides from young animals produced finer grain and greater flexibility, suitable for the thongs that secured caligy and the straps that adjusted armor. Hides from mature animals produced thicker, more durable leather, appropriate for tent fabric and the covers that protected shields from moisture. Hides damaged during slaughter or processing were recycled into smaller components, their limited usable area sufficient for patches and reinforcement strips but not for primary construction. The tanners assessed each hide, determined its appropriate application, and directed it to the craftsmen who would transform it into finished equipment. The soldiers who performed these diverse functions did not consider themselves specialists. They were legionaries, trained to fight and conditioned to endure, temporarily assigned to support duties that the legion's continuous operation required. The soldier who spent 3 months repairing equipment in the depot understood that he would return to combat duties when his rotation ended. The soldier who spent a year on permanent latrine duty, punishment for some infraction that the centurions had judged particularly serious, understood that his temporary degradation would eventually conclude and he would resume his place in the sentry's combat formation. The assignment was temporary. The identity was permanent. This understanding enabled soldiers to perform unpleasant duties without the resentment that would have accumulated if they believed such duties permanent. The latrine cleaner knew that his comrades had performed the same duty before him and would perform it after his rotation ended. The equipment repairer knew that his skills, developed through necessity, would benefit his comrades and be repaid when other soldiers repaired his equipment during their own rotations. The system was reciprocal, its burdens distributed across all soldiers across time, its benefits shared through the same distributive mechanism. The soldier who completed 25 years of service had therefore performed every function that the Legion required. He had dug trenches and baked bread and repaired equipment and processed hides and measured terrain and forged iron and ground flour and performed the 1,000 other tasks that sustained the Legion's continuous operation. He had not specialized. He had generalized, his competencies extending across the full range of military support functions, his understanding of the Legion's operation comprehensive rather than focused. This generalization was not the product of conscious planning. It was the natural consequence of the rotation system that distributed all duties across all soldiers, ensuring that no legionary remained ignorant of any aspect of the collective enterprise that sustained his existence. The soldier who retired after 25 years carried this comprehensive understanding into his civilian life. He knew how to build shelter from available materials, how to repair equipment with limited tools, how to organize collective labor for maximum efficiency. These skills were not taught in civilian contexts. They were acquired through military service, the byproduct of a system designed to produce soldiers who could fight but which also produced men who could do everything else required to sustain human existence in challenging environments. The veteran who settled on his land grant did not merely farm. He constructed his own buildings, repaired his own equipment, organized his own labor and the labor of his family according to principles he had learned across decades of service. His military training had not ended with his discharge. It had transformed into something else, a generalized capability that would serve him for the remainder of his life. The voice continued. The night continued. The camp continued, its boundaries marked by trench and rampart and the watchful presence of sentries, whose rotation schedules governed the distribution of wakefulness across the sleeping legion. The diverse functions that sustained the legion's existence continued, their performance distributed across soldiers whose rotation assignments ensured that no single individual bore any burden permanently. The surveyors measured, the carpenters repaired, the blacksmiths forged, the tanners processed, the potters supplied, the bakers baked. The system continued, its components operating in coordinated interdependence, each function necessary and each function performed by soldiers who understood that their current assignment was temporary and their identity permanent. The soldier who slept in this camp had performed all these functions across his years of service. He had surveyed terrain and repaired equipment and forged iron and processed hides and baked bread and dug latrines and performed every other task that the Legion's continuous operation required. He had not specialized. He had generalized, his competencies extending across the full range of military support functions, his understanding of the Legion's operation comprehensive rather than focused. This generalization had not been planned. It had emerged from the rotation system that distributed all duties across all soldiers, ensuring that no legionary remained ignorant of any aspect of the collective enterprise that sustained his existence. He did not reflect on this. He did not consider the diversity of his experience or the comprehensiveness of his understanding or the value of the skills he had acquired across decades of service. He simply slept, his body resting in the camp that other soldiers had surveyed and constructed and defended, his equipment maintained by other soldiers whose rotation assignments had placed them in the depot during the period of his own assignment to combat duties. The system held him. It had held him since his enlistment, through 4 months of initial training and 25 years of continued service and the thousands of rotations and assignments and temporary duties that constituted his military career. It would hold him until his retirement, when the system released him to civilian existence and his place in the rotation was filled by another recruit just completing his own 4 months of initial conditioning.